It's got them all on YouTube, Facebook. Extreme.
So theoretically, when you look at Facebook, you should see it.
Maybe we just
So
go
I go
to...
to YouTube and go find Elara.
Coming.
Finding Elara Mulligan.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, hello. It's you.
You were on. So, you get to go.
Alright.
You just go to your first person and drag the trolley up there.
Once
So we're
she's
just
finished
going to
with
work
her,
along.
yeah, first plan. Once she's finished with her client.
So we do a brief intro.
Okay, let's do that over here.
Can't see what's happening.
Is that too bright?
Yeah.
One lower.
So what we want to do is introduce us, and then we want to introduce the Australian cultural.
ACF? Yep.
Yeah. I'll let you do that, and then where do you think people see the stream, or do you want people to share the stream?
If they're looking at the stream, they're looking at the stream.
Yes, tell others to follow the stream.
Okay. I have my phone here.
What are you after? Sounds good.
So we're just live now. We're going to do an intro. So you're gonna...
Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Hopefully you can see us.
Yeah, hopefully. Step a bit closer in.
I was going to say, nobody wants to say no.
Just give me a second. We're just doing an intro.
Come in a little closer, Chris.
Yeah, what you mean is you're into a huddle with an Asian office seat.
Chris is a little bit too tall. Yeah, okay, we got him.
Just that we're ready for our first client to be here. So we'll just do something until they're ready, and then we'll go on and do. Cool.
Okay, hello, my name's Diana, and theoretically this live stream is working for the Finding Elara podcast live stream list. We're at the Indie Author Fair in Bunbury. We've got 23 authors that have approved their guest release and everything to be interviewed for the show. So we're going to go and literally interview a whole bunch of authors about their exciting books. I'm here with Paul Vandermeer from Forest Culture, as you can see by his shirt, and Chris Ipsley.
Hello.
So this event was sponsored by the Australian Culture. So if you would like to support the event, then I can put the links onto the page, and you're more than welcome to show us a little bit of love. And we're going to carry on with interviews shortly, but we're just going to do a little intro first. So here is Paul.
Hi, I'm Paul Vandermeer. I'm from Forest Chat podcast. So great to be here at the Indoor Book Fair in Bunbury. We're really going to bring you a diverse list of people today, a range of guests, and there's writing some very interesting books. So this is a very special part to play today.
Yeah, what I'm going to be doing is letting you know all the different authors, a little bit about the individuals themselves, and also giving you a little bit of background to some of the books and some of the stories that they've written, and how they came about writing. For example, I've always wanted to write a book, and I will do one day. I just need a few people to die first.
Why do they need to die?
Well, there's the rules of libel that I need to be put to bed first, you see. There's some very interesting stories about some very interesting characters, but they are going to have to go to the next world, so I can avoid lawyers.
Well, will we have to wait long?
In the cases of a couple of them, judging by the way they're doing the candles at both ends, no.
Fantastic. It'll be great to see that come out then, Chris, when you get the opportunity.
Oh, yeah. Some people's families may not share that view. I must get on and find myself some authors, and we've also got some material to record for you about all the different authors.
Fantastic. We look forward to seeing that, Chris. Well done.
And we'll pop by and see Chris a little bit later while he's doing his recordings. Alright, so we have a list here of all of the authors that we're going to go see. So how about we just head on over and...
How many authors have we got today?
24 have approved, so we're going to head over. We have a timer that's... where's your timer? Oh, Sam's the timer, okay. So
I'm going to do 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3, 2, and 1.
oh, you have that down. That's fantastic. Alright, well, we're going to head on over very shortly and we'll see what the first interview is.
So we actually have a crew of people here that making sure that this thing can happen for us. And I think this is our first time coming together. I think some people have only met each other today.
Yes.
So it's a little different for us. So we hope you enjoy the journey with us.
Yes, so I have my friend Sam. She's here. She's going to be helping with coordinating the paperwork and everything. My husband Joel is going to be manning the camera. He looks very good. He's got his cowboy hat on. And Sam is my Bucky Night friend. And Sam's husband Tim is also helping Joel, so they're going to be tagging each other out throughout the event. So yeah, let's. Oh, it looks like our first guest is free, so we're going to head on over now. She's free.
Diana will come into about 7 minutes. Remember those questions?
Yeah, YouTube. Tim's having a look at Facebook. My Facebook.
I don't know how to set you up as a moderator.
That's right. Oh, that's not yours. You're probably over the page.
It's only
YouTube,
live.
just do you want me to?
Well, I was going to say, camera or like, otherwise I'm going to be like a shot, not
You can just get out.
Do you want this around the other way so people can see that they're on? Well, no, sideways is better because it's sitting in. No, your hair looks good.
Okay, so we have 7 minutes for the interview, and Sam is our timer lady, so she's going to give us the hurry up if we need it. Okay. So we good? Hello everyone, I'm here with E.A. Olivieri, a fantastic author. We've got her book here, Ash and Brimstone. There we go. How are you today, Emily?
Good. Feeling relaxed. That's fine.
Oh, you look like you're very well set up. You've been to a few of these things before?
This is actually my first one.
Oh, first time for everything.
Yeah, I've had one signing at the Indie Realm in Dacre, and then this is the other one.
And who are you here with today?
This is my partner, Danielle.
Your support structure?
Yes.
Yes, he's your rock.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, well, we have a few pre-asked questions. So can you please tell me a little bit about yourself and how long you've been on the creative path?
So I've been pretty creative, I'd say my whole life. I'm from a family of artists, so we've all been very more on the visual side. Writing-wise, I've dabbled in stories for a while, but never really taken writing seriously until COVID, which I feel like is quite a popular answer.
Quite common, yeah.
And then it was just kind of, I had the time to finally actually sit down and write a full thing, and that was Ashwood. And then I designed all my own covers as well. So yeah, just been creative for quite a while.
Fantastic. That's awesome. What are 5 words would best describe the type of author that you are?
Chaotic. Brain foggy, obviously. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm a slow writer. I take my time, but I make sure that it's perfect. As perfect as I can get it. Definitely a perfectionist. Yeah, I think that's the best that I can think of at the moment.
So what drew you to write in this sort of genre? Have you always been in love with fantasy?
Always a very big fantasy person. Definitely had my head in the clouds off with the fairies when I was a kid. Loved the Shirley Barber books and the old ABC show The Fairies. That was like my favourite when I was a kid. And then later in life I read a lot of Cassandra Clare, going into like the urban fantasy, discovered Sarah J Maas when I was a little bit older. Tolkien, I have a Tolkien tattoo, so definitely once I had gotten into like the higher fantasies, that's pretty much inspired all of this. But yeah, and lots of fantasy video games as well.
They are quite inspiring, fantasy video games. It's so good to immerse yourself into them.
Yes.
When you first chose independent publishing for your books, did you realise how hard it was going to be? Did you have clear understanding?
I was pretty knowledgeable before I started publishing, before I committed to it. I did a lot of research, and I was really involved in the AuthorTube community, so authors are posting on YouTube a lot, and got a lot of information there, and I think that really helped. It's definitely still a lot harder than you expect. I think going into it, you kind of have an idea that yes, it's going to be difficult, and then once you're in it, it's very difficult. But it's definitely been very rewarding. But I wanted to keep everything, because I started writing and wanting to publish around COVID, I wanted to keep everything Australian and support Australian businesses, hire an Australian editor. Luckily I was able to do my own covers, but if I wasn't, I would have hired an Australian cover designer. So that's what really pushed it. A lot of traditional publishers weren't taking fantasy at the time, so I was almost forced into it, but pretty happy to do it so that I could support Australian business.
Is the town your story's based in an Australian town as well?
It's not. So mine is epic fantasy, so it's a completely different world.
Second world.
Yeah. So, but very, the continent that it's on is very inspired by Australia's multiculturalism, and there's a lot of different cultures that have kind of come together in the continent and made their own places and stuff like that, and then broken up into kingdoms and stuff. But it was very heavily inspired by our multiculturalism in Australia.
Do you have any tips that you can share with someone who might be starting out on their independent author journey?
Definitely do research. Definitely be prepared to learn new skills and upskill. I think indie publishing, one of the biggest drawbacks is that it's so expensive. If you can learn to format your books yourself, do your own cover designing, that's going to save you thousands. Always hire an editor. I think getting a professional edit is so important. That's the one thing that I would say you definitely need to splurge on. The rest, you can teach yourself how to do it. There's so much information online. YouTube is a godsend for me. And there's so many free products now for you to be able to do a lot of the stuff yourself. There's a really good publishing program called Affinity that's just become free. And that's exactly what I use to do both my covers and all my internal formatting. And then I think another thing would be when you're doing your ebooks and formatting your ebooks, it's very tempting to put pretty pictures in the chapters, but that makes it very difficult for vision impaired readers who might be using an auto read feature. So I think for accessibility, it's really important to just keep your ebooks as boring as possible, just so the visually impaired people can use their auto readers and it's not going to interrupt any of the flow for them.
Yeah. Do you have a link for Affinity you can send us and we'll chuck it on the feed later?
Yeah, I definitely can. I definitely will, because I highly recommend the product. There's a bit of a learning curve. It's very like professional design software, but there's so many tutorials on YouTube and there's so many help books. Their website is great as well for information, and it's just a great program. I highly recommend it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your time today. I've got a copy of your book, so I'm looking forward to reading it. And yeah,
Awesome.
Thank you again. Any final words?
Thank you. No, thank you, and I'm very excited to have this experience here, and I think it's going to be a great day. I'm starting to lose my voice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Y'all can tell you what it is.
This one should like that. So maybe twist it a little bit or
Hey, well done. I'm going to chat to Nicole. Yes.
I think I should have gone the 14 mil start. The thing is, I turned the laptop around so she could see what's going on. You were holding your notepad in the corner shop.
Sam just told me.
Unprofessional. Down here.
Yeah, on the
So-
slides because it's
Socks outs. We got cool.
So Nicole, are these biscuits or soaps?
Biscuits.
Biscuits.
Take one.
Fantastic.
It's not live.
Okay.
It's not bad.
Because now I'm lying to you, it is live.
So anxious. Alright, we're fine, we're fine. Everything's fine. Calm, cool, calm.
Yeah, it's a lot better.
So, who can we see? I'm not even in the show. Right. Hi. We're going to talk now to Nicole Bazley. Nicole Bazley is right here, so let's have a chat to Nicole. Nicole, tell us a little bit about yourself and how long you've been on the creative journey.
Okay, well, my name's Nicole. I've always been a reader. Sorry, I've always been a reader. I've always loved reading. I've always loved writing like little stories, poems, songs, but I never really thought I would do anything with it. I started writing my first book, Return to Centre, about 10 years ago, and I never actually intended to publish it. The inspo was from a dream that I had. I was going through this phase where I was writing down my dreams in a journal. So I started writing the dream down, and then I just couldn't stop. I wrote it down, I wrote half the story, and then I never looked at it again for about 8 years. And then, funnily enough, when I was pregnant with my first child, it's a long story. I went to this psychic, and she put up like I'd read this story, and she said so many things that blew my mind. She said to me, you need to finish the book, and you need to self-publish it. And so I went home and I opened up what I'd written, and I finished the story. It took me about another 4 years to finish. Still wasn't going to do anything with it, and then my husband kind of like just convinced me to publish it, and yeah.
Fantastic.
So that is,
And it's looking really good too. Can we grab a copy of
Yes,
that there and show
absolutely.
everybody?
That's the hardcover. I did 2 covers because I'm a bit of a sucker for people on the cover, like the old Mills and Boons, you know, where they're like,
Oh, yeah.
I love. So I really
bit of A/B testing there.
Yes.
You've got trying out both things.
That's true, yeah. Oh, do you want to put that? Thank you.
Oh,
Oh,
perfect.
it's not quite.
See there, bring it a little closer to you. That's it.
There we go. Thank you.
All right. Well, this is Sam. Sam's helping us out. Now, the next question. 5 words that describe you as a writer, yes.
I suppose my stories, I would think, like, they're quite emotional, emotionally driven, raw. I would say love, like that is always a theme. Romance, how many's that? Spicy, let's put that in there, a little bit spicy.
Right, fantastic. And then I have to remember my third question. There are 4 things, and I remember 3 of them. And here there's 5, and I've got the 2.
Sorry.
Cool. So the next question, I need to remember it. What do we got? You've talked about what drew you to write in this genre. Well, that's really been your life driver, hasn't it, for writing?
Yeah, so I've always loved reading, and I'll read pretty much anything. I've always loved the romance genre, and yeah, I suppose that's just what kind of drew me to it, that dream, and I do love the romance genre. I love, like, being taken away to a fictional story. Yeah, I love a happy ever after. If it doesn't end happily, I don't want to.
Fantastic. So the writers here then will have quite different perspectives
Yes.
on how that works out.
Yes,
So it'll be
very
interesting to talk to them later on as well. So the other thing we wanted to ask is when you chose indie publishing, did you know just what it would take? And
No clue. I had no idea what was involved. I had no idea how hard it was going to be, how expensive it can be as well. Yeah, I had no clue what was involved. I did use, for my first book, a self-publishing company to help me, and she was fantastic. They were based in Canada, but yeah, they did help with all the editing and helping to kind of find my way in putting it on Amazon and what I needed to do, so that's hugely helpful. But yeah, I had no idea what was involved.
right, the writing almost seems to be the easy bit.
It really is. That is the easy part. The coming up with the stories and the ideas and writing is the fun part, and then marketing and all the other things that you need to learn, definitely the hard part.
There's a lot more. So you got sucked in by the romance, so to speak.
I got lured in down the rabbit hole of the happy ever after, and yeah.
And has the journey been worthwhile?
Absolutely. It's been lots of fun. I've met some really incredible people. I've had lots of fun with it, so yeah, I love it.
Excellent. And you've done some amazing product and demonstration here.
Thank you.
The quality of what you're presenting is right up there.
Thank
That's
you.
really great to see as well.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, now, if someone else is going to be starting off writing, what are the 3 tips you will give them?
Just do it. That's the first tip and the most important tip, I think. Like, to not let fear hold me back from publishing this book for a very long time. So I think just do it. Just meet people, like, get out there, do events like this. It's quite daunting and scary to do things like this, but I've honestly found this community of indie authors to be so incredibly, like, welcoming and yeah, it's so much fun. So just meeting different authors and immersing yourself in, like, in it all is such an important thing, I think.
So the room here is packed with people
Yeah.
that are doing very similar things.
Yeah.
So it's quite a
And
good
it's-
environment.
Yeah, it's incredible. I've met so many other authors here at other events, and we've so supportive. And we've started like little group chats of to all help each other and passing tips and tricks with each other. So it's actually been an incredibly supportive community, and even the readers as well. I found like so many of the readers are so supportive to indie authors. So it's been a really fun learning curve.
Fantastic. So you've got Return to Sender.
Yep.
That's your first book and your only one so far.
Yes. Yep.
Is there something coming?
There is Love in the After. So this is coming out. Its release date is the 18th of January, and we're actually having a. I don't know if I can say this. We're having a Margarita taco and schmeck's party not a search party, but we're having a watch party there. The theme is based around when you read the book. So yeah, I'm really excited for this one. It's also very emotionally driven, very like raw and realistic, but it's a lot of fun banter and.
Fantastic. And how could someone get involved with that launch?
So if they want to look on my website, I've got all the details on my website, on my social media profile as well. I've got all the
website is
NicoleBazley.com.
nice and easy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great to hear about that story.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rolling.
You like that?
You did fine.
Gary saying, that's just Gary saying.
Something like that.
This what?
I did tell you.
Free advertisement for people because I can't pass.
I have been spending your money like a boss. Yes. Reverberating. Oh.
Then saying family, that's my wife.
But it's just reverb that goes in like
You're on it. Okay, we're ready. Okay, everyone. Hi, I'm here with Khaiah Thomson. She is an amazing authoress, and I actually took her display book, so we'll put that one back for it. So we're just going to talk to her about how she got into the indie author industry and how her adventure has been so far. So, hi Khaiah, how are you today?
Hi, I'm well, thank you. Thank you for having me.
No problems. I know it's a little loud and stressful, but that's okay. Before I forget, can you please tell people how to find you online?
How to find me online? So if you Google my name is quite unique, so it generally will come up. But if you head to hawkeyebooks.com.au, you'll find my books online there and a bit about me. And also social media, Khaiah Thomson or K Thomson author, and my page as well.
I'll make sure that the links are actually on the minisodes when they come out, but I always forget to ask that, so if I covered it at the start, then we're good.
Yeah.
So can you please tell me a little bit about yourself and how you decided to come onto the creative pathways?
Yeah. So I guess a bit about myself. I'm a big reader. I love reading. Young adult fiction and fantasy. So I got into writing books 6 years ago. So I was a stay-at-home mum at the time, and I'd been off work for a while and was looking for some creative ways to use my brain, and decided to write a book. So that's where it started. That's where Welcome to Black was born. And then the series progressed from there.
And when did you come in with Hawkeye Publishing? Was that with your first book?
Yes. So with the first book, when I finished writing it, I was having a look online at sort of which publishers to submit it to, and then I saw there was an upcoming competition for the Hawkeye manuscript development prize, so I decided to give it a go and submit my book, my manuscript, and I won it, which was amazing.
I've heard that the people at Hawkeye are very supportive and encouraging, so I'm sure it was an amazing adventure.
Yes, they've been fantastic, especially as a new author. You're very sensitive when it comes to writing. You're putting yourself out there, so they were brilliant.
So, can you please tell me in 5 words, how would you best describe the author you are?
Okay, young adult, fantasy, coming of age. I think that's what I will always write.
Nice. Young adult is such an important age, especially you're inviting the younger people to read books and encourage them to go to that next level with the adult fantasy. So that is such an inspiring thing to do. What drew you into this genre?
That reason exactly. I think the young adults, like for me, reading at that age was so very important. It was, it can really help to shape who you are and who you want to be as a person. I think the characters you read in books, and there's certain characteristics you like about them. So I really wanted to write for that age group, around those important themes in a more light-hearted manner. Yeah.
I just have Sam over there, just putting her fingers up every now and then, reminding me. When you first chose independent publishing, did you realise how hard it was going to be?
I had no idea. I'm very much an introvert, so writing books is like the ideal
You get paid to stay home and write.
Yes. But I had no idea about the marketing side of things and needing to put yourself out there. So that's been a bit of a shock, but it's a bit there.
One step at a time.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Can you please tell us a little bit about your books?
Yeah. So the books are the young adult fantasy or paranormal fiction. So they are sort of set in a world like ours, but where supernatural abilities are common. So it follows the story of Khaiah, who's a 17-year-old girl with the ability to draw energy from others, including their powers. So in a world where supernatural abilities are common, it's considered dangerous, and so has spent most of her life in hiding. She, after an accident where she draws energy from a friend, she and her family return to her mum's hometown of Blackwood. And she quickly learns that Blackwood is not what it seems to be, it's a quiet town. So Khaiah really comes into her abilities and starts to in the first book, and then through the series that progresses. She grows into herself.
Did you originally intend for it to be a trilogy, or did it just grow with the story?
I'm very much a pantser, so I just write from beginning to end. So initially I had in mind just one book, but it grew into 3.
What's your ideal writing environment?
A cafe, very busy. Much like today, a lot of background noise.
Oh, so we might see you doing a bit of a tippy-tappy later?
Maybe.
Yeah? Just that ambient noise in the background?
Yes, yeah. Light noise, it's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just wait. Do you have any tips for people starting out in the independent author journey?
Yeah, just write that book, start it, finish it. Most people will start out writing a book and they don't get to the end, but push through. The first draft is always quite rough. There's a great saying, it's Shannon who says, simply keeping sand into sand again, and later on you'll get the castles. So I think for your first draft, and then fix it later. So just get it done.
How many drafts did you need for these books, for the first one?
To be honest, I cannot. I don't know. I think I did 3 drafts, but then the editing side went back and forth many times. But I definitely learned from the first, and it was less as a result.
It's good that you're learning and developing as you go.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you so much for your time today. I really appreciate having a conversation with you, and I look forward to reading your books.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Right at the end.
On the slides, there's folded up
Still full.
rather close, so like
Yeah, no, I've been watching. I was like, I might do it after this one anyway.
sit here.
Do you want that stand?
Yes.
The first is tell me a little about yourself and how long you've been That was sneaky, Joel. Fantastic. I'm here with Tricia Trevaskis to talk about Tricia's books. How are you, Trish?
I'm very well, thank you.
Fantastic. Right, now, Trish, how long have you been on this creative path and what got you here?
Okay, well, I've always loved reading. Even as a little kid, I was an absolute avid reader and a bookworm. I can remember Mum always with her head in books, and she'd leave the books around. And when I was about 10, I started reading Agatha Christie. Mum clearly didn't censor too much that was going on, but not that there was anything very salacious in Agatha Christie. So I always loved reading, and at school my favourite time was when they got us to write stories. That was, I think, when I first developed that love of writing stories. And then when I went, after I finished Teachers College, I actually went on to do a Bachelor of Arts in Creative Writing, which I chose mostly so I'd get another chance to keep writing. And especially after, I loved it because after all those years of studying my critical essays, finally I could write something that was fiction and enjoy it. But as it's been pointed out to me, as a early childhood teacher, you're always being creative. You've got to find fun ways to get messages across and to lead kids on to that new discovery. So in between telling stories and reading stories and singing, and I guess I've always been along that creative path.
Yeah, kids demand creativity, don't they? Otherwise you've lost them.
Yeah, they do, and you want to keep them engaged. And so drawing as well became a big part of it when I was teaching. I'm a dreadful drawer, but it's very much part of what I like to get the kids to do, to express themselves as well.
Yeah, fantastic. All right, so we have 5 words that describe you, maybe you as a writer? Or?
Yeah. Organic, conservative, compassionate, diligent, and optimistic.
Oh, an optimist, I like that. Yeah, you can tell by the smile on your face, you know, it makes such a big difference.
I think if you take on writing, you've got to be optimistic.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, so when you chose this indie author path,
Yes.
did you know what you were up for?
No, I really didn't. It was quite an accident going down this path. I'd actually written a book 30 years ago. I'd been housebound, and even though I had kids, they were off at school, and I had all these hours to kill. And I did write. That was my first draft of the Wildcards. But of course, it just sat and gathered dust as a big, huge manuscript. And it wasn't until one of the other indie authors here, my friend Rob Littlewood, was launching his first book that I went along and kind of realised the indie process behind it. And I met Ian Hooper and told him that I'd written a book, which is a story you must hear often. Anyway, he agreed to, he was very happy to read it, and he said up front, if it didn't have merit, he would tell me that it had merit, and that's how I ended up on this path of the indie thing. And I don't think I could have done it without Ian, actually. I don't think I could have published on my own. I needed that scaffolding that he provides.
Yeah, and Ian's here today, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Yes.
Yeah, so he's a big part of what's gone on today.
Yes. Oh, very much. Yes, he pulls it together. Yeah.
Okay, so it's great that you had that help to do that. That's a big leg up for anyone who's got a manuscript in the cupboard.
Yes, and in fact, the poor old manuscript was even on floppy disk, so it was COVID times, and I'd even started accidentally just putting it back onto a normal disc and actually
getting it up to date, reviving the archive.
First time, yeah. So which it needed. So it was, it prompted lots of things. But I think also I'm not tech savvy as many other people, but so I think it would have been a very daunting task following up all that other publication details.
So what do you think nowadays about the tech? Does it make it easier or harder?
A bit of both. I'm sure it's certainly easier to edit and do lots of that sort of thing, and to get it out there, social media and everything like that. But it also becomes so complex as well, managing all that. So it's a learning curve all on its own, constantly.
Yeah, for sure. I'm sure. So what books do you have here?
So I've got my first book, The Wild Cards.
Grab a copy. Let's show the camera.
And The Wild Cards I wrote, as I said, 30 years ago, but and then revisited it when I decided to do that, to publish. It's about two brothers who they're sent up to their parents, grandparents. Their father is very sick with cancer, and things are pretty grim, and Mum wants to get them out of that environment, so she sends them off to the grandparents in a country town in Victoria. With nothing else to do, they take up tennis, and the story is their obsession with tennis and how they go on to have a go at the highest level. Yeah.
Fantastic. And you've got another book here.
And this is Jumping Over Waves is only just out in print. It's very recent. It's a story about a teacher who meets a former student 10 years or so later after she's taught and realises the student needs a helping, very much a helping hand, and it's her compassion for this student and a chance to reach out and make a difference in her life.
Excellent. And is there, what's next?
So what's next is I don't really have a specific genre. I'm quite eclectic. I have a children's picture storybook I've finished called No Nanny that my daughter's illustrated beautifully, and that's ready to go. We're just sourcing how we publish that at the moment.
Okay, that's very interesting.
Yes, and
I'll get you to finish
I have two others.
Oh, two others.
Two others on the go. So just very quickly, I have, because I'm always telling stories to my grandchildren, I have a story about two dinosaurs named Cal and Mitty that's for young readers, aimed at young readers. It's on the go. And a biography of one of Australia's Kookaburra hockey players.
Oh.
Blake Govers, and so there's lots of soccer stars, football stars, and cricket players who've got biographies out there, but I think it's time we had a hockey one.
Yeah, fantastic. And how can people reach you, Trish?
I'm on social media on Instagram and Facebook, Tricia Trevaskis, and you can see me
Right, fantastic.
on that.
I don't know about you, but it sounds like it's getting pretty loud in here.
It's very loud in here. I hope you can hear things. Anyway, thank you.
I hope so too. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Yeah.
All right. So where to go next? We'll work it out. Thank you. Where are we heading next? This one here. Are you guys up next, are you? Yes? Okay, cool. I think Diana was supposed to interview you, but... All right.
Jarek. Okay.
Could
There's that
I
one at the
ask,
back there.
because we're speaking to you, right? Okay. Yeah, so what I'd like to do is I'd like to sit next to you. So, but I don't want to lose you guys out of the picture. That would be terrible. Yeah. Cool, thanks for that.
I'm going to have to probably go away around.
That's on wheels. You'll be fine. All right. So we'll just sneak through there. Thank you. Righto. Oh, are you going to come in? No, you're all ready. Come on, come and sit down.
Yep.
Right. Okay. That's the microphone. Hold it on the sides because there's buttons on the end.
So I don't clip it, I just hold it.
Just you have to hold it right up, very close.
Very close? All right.
Yeah.
Very intriguing, controversial novel.
Oh yeah, looking at the name of that. But how many have you got?
4.
We'll wait for the camera to come around. So
Getting there.
Oh, he's gone the other way.
Just really tight.
I thought he'd be able to get through there.
Here?
He's going to bring the trolley around.
I think this actually is working really well because everyone's got their stand with all their spot. I just changed out the lens so it's a lot wider focus. So you get the whole lot of them in there. I think it works out really well.
I know where your sheet is in here. I think we had some more information. What table number are you on?
5? 5.
5. 2. There we go. That worked.
There you go. Good setup.
Yeah, it's quite amazing that it's such a
mobile
setup. Yeah. So Diana, who's doing the Finding Elara podcast, and this is her husband Joel. Everything's set up, and there we go. Cool. So, hello, Robin. How are you?
Good. How are you, Paul?
I'm very, very well, thank you. So the first question we've got for you, Robin, is this is the writing and creative journey.
Yes.
How long have you actually been involved in writing? And
I've probably been writing all my life, but not terribly confident or well about it until probably around 2014 when I started writing Aiken, which was my first novel, which took me many, many years.
Right. Which one's that?
Right here.
Aiken. Right. Fantastic.
Yep.
Excellent. What's that critter about?
Aiken is kind of... So do you know what literary fiction is?
Literary fiction. You should explain.
I'll explain literary fiction is.
I probably have no idea.
Well, it's good to talk about it anyway. So literary fiction, everything I write is somewhat literary fiction. And literary fiction generally involves subjects that are a bit darker, but realistic to humanity, because humanity can be pretty dark sometimes.
Yeah,
so
someone said the same thing about the truth on my podcast
Yeah. So although it's not specifically pessimistic, it just confronts a lot of the philosophical, existential and psychological things that we as humans go through that we may not experience in movies or books on a general basis, because a lot of media nowadays is very feel good because people just want to feel very good, or it's a short fix or something like that. So a lot of the books I write are quite intense.
Yeah, it's either feel good or they're trying to make you fearful.
Yeah. So like a lot of horror works really, really well. So it's stimulus. So these are more. They kind of bring the humanity out of you, and they can be challenging in that way, but also really beautiful in that way as well. So, yeah, Aiken is one of those that's really dense in that sense, very existential and stuff. So,
Fantastic. So
it's based in the desert. It's archaic, which means it's in an ancient time. There's no technology.
Well, like we should have these days, because it'd be way quicker than setting up a live stream.
But then again, we get to communicate much more effectively using technology. So I love technology, but there's a thing about simplifying it to see the inside as well, right?
You bet.
Yeah.
You bet. Cool. Yeah, they're sticks, aren't they?
Yeah, no, it's good.
All right, so Robin, 5 words to describe you, or maybe about your writing.
Human? I'll go with the writing. I'm good at describing myself, I suppose. For the writing, I would say human, intense, uncensored. I really loathe censorship, so I'm one of these people who I really like the truth to come out, as you were speaking about earlier. And so whether it's topics you would be kind of shying away from, which we'll get to, I'm sure, with the latest novel, and stuff like that. Okay, so I've said a few words. Verbose?
I can
verbose?
Does that mean that you talk a lot?
I can. I'm actually introverted as well as extroverted, but when I get talking, I talk. As you can tell, like you're waiting for me some of the time, so yeah, I do.
You sound just like I do sometimes. Cool. Sam's helping us out.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool. All right, now what else have we got here? The indie... what drew you into writing in the genre that you're writing?
Oh, that's a good question. What drew me into it?
It's not mine, it's Diana's.
No, it's yours, Paul. It's yours. I can't, it's just an intrinsic natural need. I don't know how else to put it. I don't know how to write any other way. And it just comes naturally. It's always kind of been the way I do it. In a way, the way I write prose is similar to poetry in a sense, because poetry generally tries to examine something in an abstract way, but it's emotional. And so the prose I write, and I've actually had that feedback from people that even though it's prose, somehow there's a sense of poetry to it. So I think that that's probably what drew me to it, is to write really good poetry, because I'm not necessarily that adept at poetry, but prose is my thing. So.
Right. And people are making that connection.
Yeah, they are. Like people will read the prose and they'll be like, there's a rhythm to it, or the wording to it, there's like a song to it of sorts, even though it's a story, you know? So yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Right, and then the other question was about the indie author experience of writing and getting the books out there.
Yeah. It's obviously a tough process because you want people to read your stuff, but for me it's not about, I want people to really read it because the stuff I write is a bit intense. It's a bit different than a lot of the other stuff that's available out there. So I wouldn't say it's a niche audience, because I think most people who do end up reading it find something beautiful and special about it because it's human and accessible, but it's not necessarily fantasy, romance, or horror or mystery in and of itself. It does contain themes like that, but I don't sell it as like a genre fiction specifically. So sometimes talking to people is the best way to kind of do that.
Get the message across. And
yeah.
that's the big element of marketing of your books, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's a bit like my podcast, because I interview somebody different every episode.
Yeah.
So they get the same questions, but they don't link, like, it's not a football podcast.
Yeah.
So you have the similar issue by the sound of things.
Yeah. Well, it's not an issue specifically. It's just if I get to talk to people, then it's different. Then they get intrigued because they're kind of getting a flavor for something they may not get that often, so they're not attuned to it. But then they realize, I do kind of like this and want this kind of thing. Yeah.
All right. So if someone else was to start authoring, being an indie author, what 3 tips could you give them?
Just keep writing a lot and try to write the same thing over and over and over again. If you're learning to, because that teaches you how to communicate and connect your brain to the words that you're actually getting out there. I would say that's the main thing.
That's like a perfect practice type principle, is it?
If we have time, I'd like to discuss the latest novel I have, because it's highly controversial, and I feel like we're kind of avoiding the subject, so I'd like to get to it.
Before Sam kicks us off.
Yeah, exactly. What is your first reaction when you see that title? Is it recoil?
Yeah, it's a bit of recoil.
It's a bit of recoil, right?
Like, what's going on here?
Okay, so what is the title of the novel?
The Pedophile.
Yeah, so to be clear, the novel doesn't promote or condone any form of abuse in any way, shape, or form.
I'm glad to hear that.
I didn't intend to disclaim that at every go, but I've learned that I kind of have to at times because people don't know what to expect and stuff. So this novel is actually interesting because it's an uncommon topic. It's about an individual who identifies as having those tendencies but doesn't act on it at all. And so again, you kind of get the feel of literary fiction where it's exploring someone who's a very moral individual but has those tendencies, and so what they might suffer as a result.
Right. So it's almost the impact or the trauma that they might experience themselves because they've headed down a track and they're not really...
Well, not headed, you might be born with it. Like they say, it's a genetic thing and you're kind of born that way. So it really empathizes with. So it kind of humanizes a character that we would never ever consider humanizing. So as you can see, it's if you see the title, you might recoil, but then you talk about it, it's like, I don't know if I'll read it necessarily, but it does seem like an intriguing premise, right? So
And if someone wanted to read the books, where would they go?
You can go on Amazon, you can go online. You got to sell on Amazon nowadays, and there's hard copy and soft copy, and it's actually going very well. Like, in fact, this novel surprisingly is getting a lot of positive feedback, which I was a bit afraid I'd get more pushback, but there really isn't very much pushback at all once people read the back cover and actually read the novel. So
a little bit of knowledge goes a long way.
Empathy. It's much more widespread than you would have thought, but
I'm getting.
Are we getting kicked out now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Well, we've been
Thanks very much, Paul.
Fantastic.
All right.
Thank you. Awesome. We're going to throw these over to the other side somewhere. There's Diana.
Thanks very much.
Was it me?
Just hold it and hold it close because there's a lot of background noise. So yeah.
Get out of your seat.
Thanks a lot.
Benefits. All right. We just wait for him to give us a thumbs up. Sam is our little timer lady.
Are you up?
I should thought my phone was not.
Abby?
We're good. Hello everyone, I'm here with Claire Butler, and you can see her amazing books on the screen, which is fantastic. Claire, can you just tell us a little bit about yourself and how you made your way onto the creative path?
Sure. So my name's Claire. I'm from Perth, and I published my first book in 2023, To Reclaim a Kingdom, and I write fantasy romance.
Fantastic. You've got a bit of an accent. Where does the accent come from?
Yeah, it's a mix of everything really. I get confused by I get told that I sound Canadian, American, Irish. It's very confusing, but actually my heritage is German. And we moved to Australia, and so German was my first language, but learning English and with different kind of influences around me where I grew up, I kind of developed a mishmash of what was it.
Well, it's quite concise, and I can hear you quite clearly, so that's good. Can you just tell our listeners how they can find you online?
Sure. My website is www.clairebutlerauthor.com, and so that's got links to all my books as well as podcasts that I've done, and also my mailing list as well. So if you want exclusive content like extra scenes that are not in the books, and access to early advanced reader copies, definitely sign up to that.
Everybody loves free content. Yes. In 5 words, can you describe the type of author that you are?
Okay, so I'm going to use fantasy romance, and I'm going to put romantasy in there as well, and indie and addictive.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm hooked. Tell me about your first book and how that came to be.
Okay, so my first book is To Reclaim a Kingdom. It came to be, ironically, because I'd had my first child. I was on maternity leave. And she was a good sleeper, and I was bored. So I decided to get back into writing, which is something that I did in my 20s, but it never really kind of went anywhere, So I did that as a way to kind of reconnect to my creative side. And then when I wrote it, I decided to give self-publishing a go.
It's not as easy as you think, is it? How did you go with your self-publishing?
Well, I actually took a very kind of academic approach in the sense that I did research for about 9 months before I decided that I would give this a go. So I actually went into it fully knowing the mammoth task that I was signing myself up for. It's definitely been a wild ride, but it's worth it.
This is a neat little, it's a jewel chart.
Sorry, I'll just let your customers go through. You've got to be flexible in a live event.
Yes.
So did you choose to do the self-publishing by yourself, or did you use a service to do the self-publishing?
No, I chose to do it by myself. I think, like most indie authors, I wanted to have control over everything. I'm fortunate enough to have a good editor that I use and a PA that I can tap into for services if I need it, but largely I enjoy doing all of it by myself.
That's amazing. How many rounds of edits did you need for your first book?
Rounds of edits? One for each of my books, actually, yeah.
That's amazing. Just straight from the beginning, all good to go. Can I please have a few tips for people who are starting out on their indie journey?
Absolutely. I would say, number one, do your research. I feel that some people kind of jump into it without really knowing what they're getting into. So definitely do your research. Number two would be treat it like a business. I think, we can get emotionally attached to our books and, and that's all well and good, but I think you do need to treat it as a business. And I suppose my last one would be network. Network with your fellow indie authors because they're going through exactly what you're going through. They have all the tips and all the support that you could need, and independent bookstores as well. Definitely network with independent bookstores.
Do you have a favourite one in the city?
Ooh,
or is that like picking a favourite kid?
Yeah, it is. Well, we're so fortunate in Perth that so many good indie bookstores have popped up. Like Smut Spice, for instance, and Shadow Books, and so many. We're very fortunate.
So, do you have any books planned for the future? What's going forward for your books?
So my next book, I'm hoping, will come out in February, March. It will be a independent, standalone, but interconnected to my Divine Tapestry series. So that's set 10 years in the future. And then I'm hoping to have a completely new book in a different genre coming out late next year as well.
So what drew you to fantasy and why are you moving away from it?
Well, I'm not moving away from it. I'm just going, so this is fantasy romance. The one that will be late next year will be gothic fantasy romance.
Oh, okay. So you're just adding another level to it, really?
Yeah. Just trying out something different.
Layers.
Yes.
What's your ideal writing environment?
So I need silence. I'm not a writer that can write to music. But light a candle, and as long as I've got silence and I normally actually am on my couch. I do have a study, but I don't really use it. So on my couch and just getting into it for a couple of hours and seeing what develops. I'm not a plotter, so it all happens quite naturally.
Oh, okay. So do you have the end in mind? Do you know how it's going to end? You just make your way
Never.
Oh my goodness.
I write scene to scene.
You write scene to scene?
Yeah.
You were going to we need to provide an excerpt today for the minisode. Which book are you going to choose?
Probably Of Sand and Silk, I would say. That's my most popular one.
Thank you so much for your time today. I really appreciate talking to you. And I look forward to reading Of Sand and Silk.
Amazing. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you very much. Now we hold it on the sides because there's numbers. You have to keep it very close, like keep it right up. Joel will get us together there.
Are you on an angle?
We're getting a little bit too picky now. Tim, is it? Right, fantastic. Righto, we're here with Mark Aeschlimann.
Yep.
Apparently it's much easier to say than it is to read, so that's a good thing.
Definitely is. A lot of letters.
Welcome along, Mark. Great to see you here. We're talking about the books that you've got and that sort of thing, but first up, how long have you been into this writing gig?
So I did a little bit of writing when I was a teenager a long time ago, and that kind of just went on the back burner for a long time. And then I decided to start really making a big effort to write in 2019, and took a year to write my first book, and then that kind of sat on the shelf for a long time. And I eventually decided to go through and start editing it.
Look at this one.
And eventually was convinced by some friends last year to finally publish it. So finally jumped into that world and then decided that it was something for me and then just kept going.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Like the writing process is a very internalised process, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then to get it out there, it's like almost a flip over to the other side.
Yep. Completely different part of the personality that I really don't dip into as much. So yeah, it really took a lot of convincing from friends to really push it out there and see what the public thought about it.
And how many times did your friends have to read it before they actually said, hey, come on?
They hadn't actually read it. They just listened to me talk about it. And thought it was a good idea, and they all bought the book, so that was good.
Even better, yes.
And the feedback has been really good, so yeah, it was a good idea in the end.
In the end, fantastic! That's great to hear. So, as a writer, what are 5 words that describe you?
I guess creator. I'll count these out. Creator of unique magical worlds.
Unique magical worlds. So would it be fair to say you're a world builder?
Yes, definitely a world builder. I love Dungeons and Dragons, that type of stuff. So anything where there's really in-depth world building, I love.
Fantastic. So are you building worlds that are tech heavy or tech weak? Or maybe I should say pre-tech.
It's going into the unique worlds, I guess. It's kind of a lot of magical tech inside my the world in a Dawn Left Behind. So there's races which have their own innate magic, and then there's also some magical power sources that go into the technology that they use as well. So there's kind of a mix of both in there.
And that's a good way to have the world, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, excellent. All right. And what brought you to this genre that you're writing in?
Whatever the medium, I always go to fantasy and sci-fi. So having this kind of mix of magic and technology just made sense to me. And it's something that's kind of not out there as much as other things. A lot of things are either technology or magic, so kind of just having this munch of both of them was really made sense to me with all the stuff that I watched.
All right, excellent. So it's a real extension of who you are.
Yes.
So that's great to hear. Now this indie authoring gig, did you know what you were getting into?
Not exactly. It's only really when you jump in that you get a sense of what you really need to do to make this work. So I knew that being an independent author, everything would be on me to do, but knowing exactly what that was, I had no idea until I actually did it.
And what was the most surprising thing that you've had found out along that journey?
The pre-publishing and all of the steps really to make it really a complete work before it actually goes out there. A lot of that I didn't.
I think Don realised that after she did it.
So now I think I'm a bit more in tune with how it all works. So yeah, I think that the biggest part for me was kind of knowing the process. Finding what works for me, and now I've got a bit of a group.
All right. And if you're going to give some tips to a new starter in the indie author publishing realm, what would they be?
Probably first tip is to get on social media and be in contact with other people and ask them questions. That's the best way to find out how to make it work. The things that I didn't do when I first brought out my book. So that's the biggest thing. Having a social media profile long before you start. I only kind of started mine probably a month before I brought out the first book, so I didn't have much of a following. So getting that organised well before, so that people are really following you along the journey as well. So
Not touchy, watch screen.
You want that personal touch of everything that you're doing and get that excitement going for when your book actually comes out.
Excellent. And you've got 2 books here today?
Yes.
What are they called?
The first is A Dawn Left Behind. That's an upper young adult fantasy. And the second is A Perfect Fantasy, which isn't fantasy. It is a contemporary sweet romance novel.
Okay, so you've got a little bit of something different under the cover.
Yeah, something that I just decided to see if I could write that genre, because it was definitely not something I was used to. And the feedback was really good, so I went through with it.
Oh, great to hear. And if someone wanted to get a hold of your books, where do they go?
The easiest place would be my social media, which is mark.aeschlimann on everything, and that has links to everything. I'm on Amazon, I'm on pretty much everything.
Right.
So it's pretty easy to find. If you search for my books, then you should be able to easily find them.
Fantastic. All right, thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Great to have a chat.
Cheers.
Now, where's Diana?
I noticed that one's red. Does that mean the power's going?
No, that's fine. You get like 8 hours out of them.
Behind the scenes timing. Thank you for doing this.
Behind, down the right, where Chris is.
She's off her sheet. She had a sheet.
I would be like, without sounding like a blur.
Shoes are too big. Don't tell anybody, right?
You want this?
There's buttons on the side, just hold them on the outside. Yeah, that's it. See, great to see you here at the Indie Author Book Fair. Great to have you along.
Thank you. It's my first one. So what are you doing? Just lost the book.
Live streaming.
You've got a great setup here. What books do you have here?
Well, I have my first book, Mystic City, Souls and Spirits. It's modern fantasy, so set in a city, like the name, and it follows a bunch of supernatural creatures on a murder mystery investigation. Basically a dark romance version of Scooby-Doo, really.
Dark Romance of Scooby-Doo. I saw Scooby-Doo the other day.
Love Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, it was on quite a long leash.
And my second book's over here too, the second continuation.
Right, and then, so the one book?
2 at the moment.
I adjusted the pitch
They look the exact same, it's just sitting here. I know the colours are very similar, it's the whole point.
Oh, okay.
Yes, a nice
so they're a
blue
matching set on the shelf. So people need to buy both they flow?
Exactly. Book 1 is light blue. Book 2 Celestial Reckoning, Mystic City Celestial Reckoning is book 2. And then I plan to have a 5-book series, so that will be brighter colours so you can tell them apart, don't worry. The printing like to make them look identical. Happy accident.
So you're going to have to link up a whole theme for your colours.
Yes, I know. Pink, black, green, who knows?
Who knows, right. So you need to make sure that you follow Izzy's social media, I guess, or website. Where do we get in touch with you?
Both. I have an Instagram, Izzy Fleay Writes. You can find my QR code on the front here as well for a website. Everything you need's on there.
Excellent.
Very exciting.
Oh, excellent. And Izzy, how did you get into writing in this genre?
Well, it's a funny story. I'll tell it quick though. I never used to read books growing up. I was not a reader. I probably had the worst spelling until I was probably 17. It wasn't until another book's gone. It wasn't for a long while. I thought, you know what, it's, COVID hit, you couldn't leave your house much. I thought, I'm going to read some books. And as they called it, the typical fairy smarts. And I enjoyed it. And I thought, I could write something like this. And I drafted it up. I even worked FIFO, so fly in, fly out, all it out of my mind. It tolls on your mental health. So I wanted to pick up a hobby in the meantime, and that was writing these books. Only a year ago, and within the year, I have not written one, but 2 books. And they're here today. So really cool. It's really cool.
And you've done that all while working fly in, fly out.
Yes.
Right. So that's good, pretty good use of your time.
Yeah, well, it's busy and it's 2 weeks away, 1 week at home, so I write where I can,
Yeah, fantastic. Okay. So I think I asked you about how you got into this genre.
Yes. Well, picking up other readers' books, it's a great community. Just get inspired by other authors alike, whether they're indie or traditional authors, and I just kept reading. I went, I'm so inspired, I want to write my own.
Right. Okay, fantastic. And this whole indie author book scene, did you know what you were getting into?
No idea. I just went into it blind pretty much. I had no idea how to publish. I asked so many people for help and they were so lovely. They shared all their ins and outs, and aside from that, I'm so glad I've had so much support, really. Otherwise, I'd be so confused. But being part of these events is really awesome as well. So,
yeah. So where did this support come from?
Both family members and authors alike. I just had to be brave and chat them up on Instagram and go, how do you do this? Can you please help me? And
so you joined communities?
That's it. Facebook, Instagram. And it was really, really exciting, and they didn't gatekeep anything from me, so they said, let's help you, we'll give you a step-by-step guide. So really grateful and thankful, otherwise I wouldn't have no idea how to do it on my own.
Oh wow, yeah. That's good. It's people getting together really makes a massive improvement in the whole sense of worth and ability. You want to have your own sense of worth, having
you feel
someone
part
else
of the community. Lift each other up. It's really awesome to be part of, and I get to do these things too with you. It's really cool.
Fantastic. And did you have other people read your book before it went out?
Yes, I had ARC readers, which I learned all these terms long before publishing, and just friends and family, and they enjoyed it. And so I thought, they said you could really publish this. I thought, okay. And that's when I learned how to ask people, and here I am today. Full circle moment. It's when people give you the motivation, and it makes you think I could do this.
Yeah. So you had people who actually have a pretty good understanding of what is needed. Actually say, this looks like it's worthwhile.
Yeah, it's a huge boost for your self-esteem, and I know most authors here because I've messaged them for help and advice, and they've all been so opening, so it's even more of a reason to keep going,
Yeah. And do you read other authors' books?
Yes, especially indie authors.
Before they get out, I mean.
If they want me to, they say, can you read this? I go, me? Trust me with your book, baby, as they call it. And we exchange books. It's really awesome. We have a fun community. It's great.
Yeah, excellent. All right. Now, if you had to describe you as a writer in 5 words, what would they be?
Okay, well, I would like to think magical, mysterious, exciting, adventurous, and
I always forget the last one as well. I wouldn't panic.
I've used so many words. Familiar.
Familiar?
Yeah.
Okay, that's an interesting one.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. And you've already talked about having books into the future, so what's your favourite writing environment?
I do just sit on my couch with my dog, and I have movies in the background that I'm familiar with, and so getting inspiration from fantasy shows or movies in the background, I often get inspiration just from the comforts of my own home. Yeah, nothing fancy, so a nice cup of tea and I'm good to go.
Excellent. And just for the viewers, we'll remind them where they can find you.
You can find me on Instagram at Izzy Fleay Writes, That's Fleay for Fleay, and my website as well is authoriflay.com.au.
Wonderful. Thank you, Izzy.
Thank you so much. You too. Thank you. Wait for them to finish moving all the kids. An angle over there. We got the thumbs up. Hello everyone, I'm here with Pete Mitchell. Pete has an amazing book here. It's called Darwin's Wake. That's the first one, and for this event he made sure that he had his short story collection called Read My Shorts. Alright, so Pete, how are you today?
Yeah, great. It's a fantastic event. It's been going really well.
Yeah, there's a lot of people here. There's got quite a good turnout. We've got some... let's get this up here.
Thank you.
Alright. So I understand you wanted to make sure that this book was ready specifically for this event.
Yeah, I came to a previous Bunbury book fair and promoted my Darwin's Wake novel when it came out in 2023, and I was really keen to do another one, but I thought if I was coming down and making the effort to do the event, I really should have another product. So I've made a collection of short stories and put 38 short stories in my collection, Read My Shorts.
Fantastic. It's always good to have a deadline sometimes.
Yeah, and I just scraped in, so I was really happy with that. Process always takes a little bit longer than what you estimate. So I've just been able to get this off the printer. In fact, the box came Thursday before we headed down to the fair just now. So.
And you've got a raffle running, I see. So tell me a little bit more about this raffle.
Yeah, the raffle is to perhaps make people walking past the stall have a bit of a pause and a bit of a think about what might be going on here. But the raffle is based on stories within the Read My Shorts collection. So we've got things like gold coins, fairy floss, a can of EV and a can of Emu Export, which all relate to stories in Read My Shorts. To make it easy for readers, I've put a couple of little marks, like the beer cans are story number 30, so they can read the story and then figure out what the link is.
Oh, I thought you were just going to encourage them to have a beer.
Well, for those underage, I will promise to scull the beer prior to giving them the cans for a 10-cent deposit.
Well, that's very kind of you. Yeah. Okay, so tell me a little bit about how you found yourself on the creative path.
Yeah, it's an interesting story. I have a friend who's an author, and English isn't his first language, so he was asking me to provide some editing for him. And his English is perfect, but some of his dialogue was a little bit clunky. And in doing that process, I said to him, oh, this story reminds me a little bit of a story from my own background. And he said, well, write it down. And that led to one of the chapters, which is actually in Darwin's Wake, somewhat autobiographical. And then the whole story actually evolved from there. And I've really enjoyed writing as a process. Both novel length and short stories. So my latest is a short story collection, but I have two other novel length works on the go, and hopefully at least one of those will be ready for the next Bunbury Book Fair.
Another deadline for you.
That's right. Yeah, I think procrastination is the worst enemy of a writer. So to have that deadline to actually meet is a big challenge, but it actually gets things done.
Fantastic. So you said it wasn't 100% easy for you to publish your books. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well, the writing, I suppose, is really the first step, and you do that pretty much in isolation. You can sort of ferret yourself away on a computer, produce the work. Then once you've got your finished product, you actually need to market it. So to do things like this, to actually get it on the shelves in places, is pretty tough. So you have to learn a whole new set of skills around production, both in terms of cover production right through actually selling them.
Sorry, I just stopped because there was someone ducking under the camera. It's just amazing working in this live setting. So, can you tell me 5 words that best describe the type of author that you are?
Yeah, I like to write a variety of things. So I'd like to describe myself as eclectic, very passionate. There's lots of social issues I touch on in my work as well, and persistent. And I think persistent is something that every writer needs to be just to get that work finished. There's so many stories about writers that have nearly finished work sitting in a drawer somewhere that never see the light of day.
Yeah, there's heaps, the stats are pretty bad. I think it's like 2% of authors actually finish the books that they start.
That's right,
So,
yep.
What drew you to write Australiana? I'm guessing it's Australiana because it's Darwin's Way.
Certainly a big Australian flavour in it. One of the stories in Read My Shorts actually has a glossary, so I use some Lunar terms as well to make that more fully understandable. The characters in Darwin's Wake are very much Australian based, but there is also one of the characters is from Sri Lanka, so it takes a bit of an international lean as well.
Oh, okay. Sri Lanka's an interesting choice. You've been there?
Yeah, so it drew on some personal experiences once again. It relates to a really interesting place in Sri Lanka called Gaul, which was once a Portuguese, then a Dutch, then an English, and now a Sri Lankan city. So it's got a bit of a melting pot of cultures.
Amazing. So can you tell us, for someone who's just starting out, how would they get into the independent author journey?
Yeah, well, look, I think the big thing is if you're passionate, come along to things like this. You can actually feed off the energy of other authors as well, and it's always good to see what other independent authors are doing. There are a lot of sharks out there, so be careful. But maintain that passion and just get the words on a page and then come and have a talk to other independent authors like at events like this, and they can help you along that journey.
It's good to build a community around your stories, for sure.
Absolutely.
What other books do you have planned for the future? You've got 2 full-length novels on the go?
Yeah, as I said before, I like to have a bit of a variety of things on the go. So 1 full-length novel, which is once again set in Perth, where I'm from, but it actually involves a young woman who believes she has psychic abilities, and one of those incidents assists a missing person crime being solved. And my other work is actually based in the Barossa Valley initially, around a vineyard, and a young woman finds a link to some hidden gold, and that's a young adult novel that I've enjoyed. And what I haven't listed there, I've just written my first children's book as well. So Eddie the emu that dared to dream, about an emu that decides that flying shouldn't be an impediment, even if you're an emu.
Very cool. Okay, well, thank you so much for your time today. Really appreciate talking to you, and I'm sure that we'll get one of those books and see the whole way through.
We'll see you at the next one.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Yeah, so I did have a look at them, and I just want to make sure I get your posters as well. Yeah, I'll probably just go up against that table, otherwise I won't get everyone in. Just want to make sure I get your whole spread.
Oh, okay. How did you find Supernova as an author?
we only get the back ones. And yep, send again.
Who did the artwork.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm here with Mr. David Loermans, and we're going to talk about his book Cadence, which is right here. He actually put that out last year in August, and he's been supernova and he's been around a bit. So tell us a little bit about yourself and how you found your way onto the creative path.
I've always been into creative writing, particularly when I was in school. And
do you want to put someone close to the shoulder?
So I used to do role play and sort of Dungeons and Dragons stuff on tabletops. But the idea evolved from some fantasy art. And for whatever reason, just some ideas came out of that, and we just grew it.
So, what artwork was it to start with? Was it like some form of skeleton or snake?
Well, it was a tattoo that becomes on a very heavily built man. It's called Tattoo by an artist called R.C Dacre, who's Peruvian. I've always loved his art, but this one, for whatever reason, it just resonated a little bit more with the tattoo coming to life and biting into the arm of the person. It just,
I'm literally just listening to that last one. It was fine.
Amazing. So it's sort of like that little seed, and you just grew from there.
Yeah, essentially, and it's been good fun to sort of evolve a story out of that.
Yeah. So have you always done sci-fi? Do you plan on doing more?
There's a follow-on book from this that I'm already written out, so there's further ideas as well out of this. But there's been sci-fi journeys. I'm like sci-fi. I've had a number of fantasy authors that I've followed, and I just love that idea of being able to make up worlds of your own, and to mess about with some of the laws and rules that you can't really figure out.
So how deep did you go into the tattoo law and the symbiotic law?
I was a little bit careful about
because he's looking that way.
How many sort of new rules I made? So an amount of it needs to be practical, and it's really a case of. I've got a tattoo anyway, so I understand how much pain goes into that.
Yeah, no, it's just there's buttons there. Yeah, it's just easy to hold.
So I've got a tattoo of my own, so I understand
I've got to wait. There's
an amount of pain, but there's an amount of
you'll find it. You can go through.
Addiction that goes in with it as well. So
oh yes, definitely.
Once you get the first one, you're tempted to go and add to it and make more of it.
Yeah.
In terms of the law, I was able to make a lot of that up myself without too much difficulty, and it's set a few hundred years into the future, so I can toy with a number of different concepts. There's a religious background in here as well, so I was able to create a new religion space that ties in with getting the tattoo and why the mercenary, who's the main character, Darius, would want to get the tattoo in the first place.
No, you shouldn't.
Start sinking. We don't want that to happen.
Okay.
So your story, when I was reading the blurb of it, it's actually a retired assassin, is it?
Well, he's an aging mercenary.
Yeah.
So he's been on the run for 30 years. He's just finished a job, and he's looking for what the next job is going to be. But there is a price on his head, and he's been running from that for decades. So really, what he's trying to do is keep his head on his shoulders, and just figure out where the next bit of work is going to come from. He has a close call right at the start of the book, and decides, okay, I think having this tattoo to enhance my abilities is probably what I need to do. The tattoo is meant to link in with the religious deity, but instead it connects to
something else.
Yeah, something very different. Yeah.
So can you describe the type of author that you are? Are you sit by yourself in the room writer, or are you out in the public writer? Or?
I'm not generally an out in the public writer. it might be hard to believe, but I am quite introverted, so I tend to get my ideas down by myself with a laptop and just work through it. I still work full time as well. I haven't made enough money in this space yet to be able to pull away from working full time. So it's get home, do the standard home stuff, and then bash away on the laptop for a couple of hours each night just to get the story down, and then figure out how we tie the rest of the connections in through the story in the editing process. It's been a lot of fun.
So what's your ideal writing environment? Do you have a little home office with everything set up the way you like it?
On the couch, feet up, relaxed, and I can zone out pretty well to sort of focus on what the story needs to be. That's my space. I actually like to be around with my partner, just sitting down, still enjoying what's going on with the rest of the world, but focused on getting my story down and working through the concepts and ideas.
So when you started self-publishing, did you realise how hard it was going to be, all the actual minutiae of steps that you have to go through?
I had no idea.
Did you choose to do it all by yourself, or did you use a service?
I did choose to do it all by myself, but that said, there's a lot of indie and self-publishing forums out there to provide ideas. So there was a number of those that I lent on for advice. And you've just got to put the questions in. And a lot of these people have already been through the process well before me. They've had a number of books already published. So I just soaked up as much as I could and pinned down what we needed to do.
Do you have any advice for someone who's just getting into the publishing industry and decides to go indie themselves?
Yeah, look, in terms, I mean, as a start point, when you're writing, don't worry about trying to get to your first manuscript down with all of the editing already done. That's what the editing process is for. Get the story down in the first place. Get your ideas out on paper, and then go through editing and figure out how things need to change. And don't be afraid to go back and insert other bits that lead into the end of your book. I think that's an important point, and do take the advice of other people who've gone through the process.
Did you get ARC readers and beta readers?
I had a few, not a lot, and most of those were sort of after I'd already published. And look, some of the reviews have been really good. I've enjoyed sort of getting into that process and getting that feedback to understand what people think of it. And then we're getting into the process of looking at the next book, which will come in the next 18 months or 2 years. Doing it part-time, it's a process we need to work through.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your time today. Really appreciate talking to you. And this is currently live, and we'll put it out as a mini-sode later.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well done.
To the next one. You tell me where that is. Thanks, guys.
Okay, so when you're warming, their buttons say purple buttons.
Right.
Sides.
Oh, yeah.
That's the heading.
Yep. You can see I'm a professional. I've done this many times before.
Right. We need to keep the microphone up pretty close.
No problem.
So, yeah, sort of like this. Are you going to be in the interview as well?
Did you get the stamps?
No. Oh, okay. Maybe later. Fantastic. Well,
You just got to get the stand so we can fold the book up.
oh,
We've
yeah.
got a stand.
Okay.
Just grabbing it from the other one.
Okay. There you go, guys.
Oh, there you go.
That's two up.
Okay.
Oh, We're official. We've got the timer going.
Quick, be professional.
So I'm here with David Cornford. David, how did you get into this writing gig, and when did all of that happen?
I've been writing as far as I can remember. So from a teenager I've been writing. Actually writing a full book is something that's fairly new. I used to do little short stories. But when I was growing up in England, I met a fancy author called David Gemmell, who's quite a well-known author. And he took me into his home and talked to me about his writing, and I kind of got the bug from there. So this is the first time I've actually written a full novel. But I've been writing for years and years.
Right. So you've got a couple of novellas which are online only, is that correct?
Yeah, so I've got, this is, so Chosen of the Dark Realm is my debut book, that's in physical copy, and then I've got a couple of novellas online, only ebooks at the moment, but at some point I will print them.
Right. Where can people get those?
Amazon. At the moment it's only on Amazon, but next year I think I'm going to spread it a little bit wider and get them on other ebooks. But yeah, Kindle Unlimited and Amazon at the moment.
And Amazon. Okay, so that brings us to like the question about indie author publishing.
Yep.
Did you know what you were getting into?
Absolutely not. it's a lot. Writing is just the very start of it. It's like the smallest part of what I do. So I wrote the book, and then I realised that I should probably have a website, so I built a website, and then realised I should probably have social accounts, so I built social accounts, and it's probably taken me about a year to get everything all set up. But you just have no idea the amount of work that goes into it, because I don't actually have a marketing arm. I am the marketing arm. So yeah, it's a lot of work. My wife will quite often come around and go, "How's your writing going?" Like, I just haven't written today. I've got to do a social post, and I've got to do something else, and I've got to do something else, and at some point I'm going to get around to writing.
There's two sides to it, aren't there, really?
Absolutely. And actually printing a book, then you've got to research. I never knew there were so many different types of paper stock. It's a lot, but it's really, really enjoyable. I'm a bit of a control freak by nature, so being in control of the entire process and seeing it from start to finish it's actually really fascinating.
Fantastic. Excellent. All right. So that leads us a little bit into your personality.
Yep.
So what are 5 words that describe you as an author?
I've been trying to work out these 5 words, and I can't really work out what they are. Maybe 5 words could be, I'm a work in progress. It's kind of like maybe 5 words. As an author, look, fantasy is my genre. I would term this dark fantasy, in that it's it's got horror elements, let's just say that. So I would say, as an author, gritty, very real. I don't shy away from things. So my books aren't elves prancing around a forest, let's say that. It's a little more gritty and gruesome than that. But yeah.
Fantastic. And we were talking earlier off camera, like this is a complete story, there is no more, is that right?
Oh no, so this book can be read as a standalone, but it's part of a really big story. So in writing this one, I did a lot of background, a lot of lore, a lot of history, and I probably did too much, because then I realised that actually there's an awful lot of this story. So even though this is book 1, I'm currently writing the prequel to this one, and those novellas which are online actually lead into the prequel. So yeah, there's a big story.
Yeah, it sounds like it. And most of that is still up in your head, or how far down the track are you?
Probably don't go there. Yeah, it's all up in my head. I've got if you open my laptop at any one time, there's probably about 24 different tabs open with all my different notes and all different bits of information. So even though it's in my head, I'm trying to get it out of my head onto the laptop.
Yeah, no, well, at least you can see it there.
Yeah, exactly right.
Cool. Now, you've been through quite an amazing journey. if you were going to talk to someone who said, "Oh, I'm thinking about writing a book," what would be the tips that you would pass on to them?
Oh, look, absolutely jump in, do it. It's an amazing journey. I'd say the one thing is you got to be prepared to put the effort in. You know, it's because you are independent, everything stops with you. So, you know, do your research, you've got to be prepared to do the marketing, and you've got to be prepared to really invest in it. Not just money, but invest in looking into, like I said, paper stock, looking into artwork. So, yeah, be prepared for the journey. It's a great journey, but be prepared.
All right. And where can people find the sort of help that they need, or did you even go looking for help?
Yeah, look, I think it's a challenge. It's a bit of a jungle out there, so you've got to, again, research. Take a look at, there's a lot of people that will offer help, but there's also a lot of people that will take advantage of independent authors. So, again, take your time, thoroughly research anyone that you're thinking of partnering with or getting advice from. Local communities are amazing. The WA community is fantastic. They've helped me get into bookstores by suggesting bookstores that support independent authors. And I'd say try and link in with the local communities, because independent authors, everyone's on this journey. Everyone's figuring it out for themselves. And when someone figures something out, they share that bit of information. So I would say definitely link in with the local community. It really helps.
Excellent. Oh, well, thank you very much, David.
No problem, thank you.
It's been so much fun. We had a 7-minute interview here, but I reckon we've had much longer.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
How did you enjoy, guys? All good, sounded good.
Fantastic. I'd like to interview Dave.
Okay.
Is that all right? On board. Very well.
Hello. I'm just the producer.
I'm going to lock you in there, baby. Potentially.
I was reading through all of the sheets, your story. Everybody go, I am just going to be on. Oh, very good. Fantastic. Right, so, if you hold it that way, so coming back, start with the lights.
Just shake your hand.
Yeah, so, this is a hot end. Need to be fairly close.
Okay, okay. Have you got... Is it
All
working?
right. Hello, David. How are you?
Not too bad. You just had another David.
Yeah, I just interviewed David there as well. So, David, you've got a very interesting story. Do you want to give us a little bit of a background into your story and how you came to write about it?
Yeah, well, I've been recently retired as a neurologist, and after working for many years in mainly stroke and stroke research, in 2018 I was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, and probably had the symptoms a couple of years before that. And what struck me was that even though I knew a lot about the brain and a lot about Parkinson's and neurology, how deeply impactful the emotional impact that was on me. And it got me thinking about what other people don't have the advantage that I have in terms of knowledge, and really set me on the course to think that sharing my story would be helpful, because I've always found I love biographies, and I've read all of Michael J. Fox's books, and most of those are focused on Parkinson's except for his most recent one. But in 2020, this one published then was the first time I read it with the angle of being a patient rather than a doctor. And it was incredibly interesting to see how reassured I was that someone else was going through the same things, to see that shared journey And in fact, what I first did is wrote a short article that was published in one of the British medical journals called Practical Neurology. And the response I got from that from colleagues around the world was incredible. And I thought, okay, well maybe we can help with this. And I was also finding that I was still practicing a lot at that stage, and I had found that sharing my diagnosis with people who I was diagnosing with Parkinson's was an incredibly powerful connection, and it's that connection story that I think can really it's just people make it in terms of the and offer people with some hope. There are plenty of other things, psychological impact it has on you initially. People tend to, although we know the disease progresses, there certainly can be a middle phase where you get on good medication, you get good exercise, good diet, look after yourself better. It's a damn good excuse to live healthily, I can tell you. And you find out that you feel better than maybe 5 or 10 years. And I've come across a number of patients who have said that if I hadn't had Parkinson's disease, I would have kept on working myself into the grave and had a stroke or a heart attack because I wasn't looking after myself.
Would have been there earlier.
Yeah, so you've got to have a silver lining to things. And I'm using this opportunity as best I can to help as many people with families, because it not only affects the person, but the people around them, and also simultaneously to perhaps encourage my colleagues to be a little more
easels are quite a simple thing, but they seem to frame
that is happening. So,
yeah, because your unique experience, well, maybe not totally.
Yeah, there are
unique,
a few people.
But it brings a different level of understanding, doesn't it?
Right at the end.
It's a depth of understanding that. I recently had the great opportunity to speak to some graduating medical students. I hope that will help them to understand their patients better.
Excellent. So one of the reasons I specifically wanted to interview you is that I do know a couple of people who have been diagnosed with Parkinson's and have taken on the exercise side of things in a big way, and have definitely found that it's helped them immensely. And knowing about, one of them actually told us about you
I'll give you a flavour very short.
Before all of this came along with the individual thing. So, you're definitely
in it, get to the phase, Ray and I are happy to
out there and no one is to provide to those people.
Well, that's good to hear. This can make a difference.
Yeah, it's an important thing. Why we're here actually for your book. It's quite an amazing story.
We're trying to get
story behind it, so it's very important that people understand that it's where it's come from.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk about it. And, I think there is something in it for not only people with Parkinson's, their family, and all the people who work with people with Parkinson's. I think, unfortunately, because of Parkinson's is becoming increasingly common, it's often hard to find a family where someone doesn't know someone who's got Parkinson's disease now. So,
that's
something I can help.
Yeah, you don't want to have that sort of thing growing in the community, do you? More than
it's been referred to as a pandemic. The escalation of Parkinson's on a global level is massive. The World Health Organization
I was wondering how
1990 there's 3 million people in the world with Parkinson's. 25 years later, in 2010, there were 6 million. And then just 6 years later, in 2021, there were 12 million.
Wow,
so that far exceeds the ageing of the population as well. So that's a tremendous
definitely
concern.
a growing issue, not
unfortunately.
receding.
Yeah. There are some places where it is going down, but unfortunately in more countries it's going up.
Right. Okay. Now, we don't have a lot of time left, so where can people get your book from?
So you can buy it through Book Reality with the publisher National Press, but also you can go to the Parkinson's WA website, and they're handling sales within Australia, and for every book they sell on my behalf, I donate them $5. So it's a good way to get it, but also available on the usual Amazon and other online stores and Kindle.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much, David. Wonderful to meet you and hear a little bit about your story. Thank you.
Running on 10. Might have to hotspot the phone for this inside corner.
Have we got your books on display?
So we go.
So when you're holding it, make sure you hold it this way, there's buttons on the edge. Okay. And moving over. Oh. So you're not touching the buttons. If you touch the buttons, it starts sinking and then we lose
And then I jump over and do you.
Okay. I'm very nervous. We've got cards. Yes, story cards. Did you get them made?
Yes, I've got those artwork for those.
Alright. Just wait for the thumbs up from the camera guy. There we go. Alright. So, hello everyone. I'm here with Danielle D Drummond. And this is her book. One of her books. She has me. Pretty spread out on here. So, Danielle, how are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
Are you enjoying it so far?
I am. I love Bunbury. I've been down here many times. My parents live down here, so it's a favourite place of mine. I want to just let them know. That's how we're here yearly, and it's been a lot of fun so far today.
That's good. There's been definitely a lot of people walking by.
There are.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about yourself and how you found yourself on the creative path.
And then I got swept away in the corporate world.
As you do.
Yes.
You know, money is just the way it is.
But to be honest, a few years ago, I found myself in a bit of a mental health crisis, and I started writing again, and it really helped me. Yeah,
it's healing,
definitely healed me. Yeah, and it was,
plenty of fun.
It was so nice to find that place again. And then when I started writing, I couldn't stop.
Yeah. When you do get to that point where, like you said, a health crisis situation, you just need to find that release. And obviously, this is what has helped you find that release.
Yes.
So tell us about your book.
Okay, so A Kingdom Curse of the Emergence is actually the story of self-discovery. So my FMC female main character, Paige, is a Demi Paige, she's the only one of her kind in the kingdom. And she's always felt like an outsider, and it's basically her story of learning to love oneself and finding a place within yourself rather than finding a place externally.
Oh, beautiful. I take it that would have helped you as well along the way. So, how long have you been writing for?
So, I actually started writing A Kingdom of Curses, I think 2.5 years ago now.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it was a long journey.
And your second book is about to come out?
My second book is about to come out. It comes out on the 19th of December.
If they arrive.
They will arrive.
They will arrive. They will be here. And for today, we actually have a special edition of the book. And you can only get it at book fairs, so you only
Only
bring
get
it
it-
when you're doing signings?
That's correct, yes.
That is amazing. It's very unique. And what other cute little merch stuff do you have on your stand here?
So Paige, my FMC, she wears a necklace that she uses. She
Plays around with it,
around
yeah.
a lot, and I actually have her.
Oh,
I don't know
it's
if
a
you can
sword.
see that.
That's so cute.
So I have those. And the first thing that Paige does in the story is she goes and gets her tarots read.
Yep. She had some tarots made.
Has some tarots made.
That's
But
amazing.
That I have artwork. His artist is incredible. He's an Indonesian.
Yep.
His name's Deki, and he hand drew his artwork, and he drew the 5 cards that Paige gets read at the Sears. But the detail is stunning.
See our camera guy helping us out.
Yeah.
That's my hubby.
Oh, really?
Just some random citizen.
So what drew you to write fantasy?
Honestly, fantasy has been in my heart for as long as I can remember. When I was younger, it was always about fairy tales, and I used to have all different kinds of fantasy books. Now, so it's always been a place that I go and find refuge in because it's separate from reality. I do find that for me, I can experience lots of that's where it's going to go. And even when I try to write contemporary romance or anything else, I always end up drawing in some sort of
Fantastical elements, yeah.
Fantastic elements in it, yeah.
Yeah. I'm a fantasy as well.
Okay.
It's always fantasy all the way. So when you decided to self-publish, why did you choose that route, and was it what you expected? Just hold it.
Sorry. Okay, so honestly, the reason why I decided to self-publish is I think he's here somewhere at the moment. My dad was, that's my uncle, but my dad was diagnosed with cancer just before I ended up going down the self-publishing route. And we didn't know what that outcome was going to be. And
you wanted to get that book first.
I wanted,
yeah, you wanted him to read it.
I wanted him to see me achieve something, and he's been a really important person in my life. So I actually dedicated it to him.
That's amazing. Yeah, even though he's not around anymore, I'm sure that
he's still here. He's here. Yep.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I know you were saying that.
So it was just a really emotional time for us, and we got some really good news about 4 weeks ago. So, yeah.
And this is what pulled him through, really. That's all it is.
Exactly.
You can get this book out.
Yeah.
So, okay, we just got our 1 minute warning.
Okay.
So, do you think you're going to be bringing out more books soon, other than that second book? Do you have
Absolutely. So this is a 4-book series.
Okay.
Book 3 is already written. So
that's good.
Yes, I'm expecting that to come out in maybe July next year, 2026.
Very nice.
And book 4 will probably come out early 2027. I also have written a gothic fantasy, which is fully drafted at the moment. It's called The Never Girl, and I'm expecting that to come out next year as well.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So, do you have any tips for people who are looking to go into the independent publishing route?
Look, yes, I think really reach out to your community. I found that the self-publishing community is really open. They love helping people. We are a family, and we're always bringing new people in. So reach out to indie authors. Don't be afraid to reach out, because we've all been there and we will support one another.
Awesome. That's such good advice. Everyone seems to be saying very similar things today about bringing the community together, and knowing that you can approach an indie author is just something amazing. I know my teenage self would have loved to come to one of these things and reach out. Yeah. It wasn't quite around back then.
No, it wasn't. Yeah.
Anyway, thank you so much for coming onto the show today, and I really enjoyed our conversation. So you'll see it on the live stream and the minisodes when it comes out.
Thank you.
So bad, was it?
Sorry.
You're right. Sorry, Sam. Touching up your bum.
Trying to just get around to you. Yeah, I've got Torah here. Awesome. Just waiting for the thumbs up from the... Awesome. I'm here with Torah Channing. So excited to see you because I've been looking at your books and they look so engaging and inspiring and I want to know a little bit more about them. So tell me about yourself and how you found your way on the creative path.
I just started thinking up the idea. I daydream a lot and I formulated a story and it just took off and wrote itself.
I like that. It just wrote itself. Yeah. That takes out a lot of the guesswork. You just let it go. So I take it you are more of a pantser than a plotter?
I call it a plantser. So a little bit of an outline, like dot form, and then the rest writes itself.
That's good. So you have the bare bones of the story. Yes. So your FMC is pretty awesome. I hear. I haven't read the book yet, but I will. Yeah. Tell me a little bit more about her and where she came from.
So she was brought up on Earth. It's based on Earth. The aliens crash landed, and she finds the Earth gets lit up with a barrier, like a water. She accidentally finds herself on the wrong side, and gets captured.
It was a fair trade.
And then she deals with that situation.
She deals with
one
it.
step at a time.
And her captor turns out that he likes her.
So what sort of spice level is in this story?
We're about 4.5.
And there are aliens in it, obviously.
Yes.
So is it scary?
There is some dark themes, but it's not dark romance.
So tell me a little bit about what type of author you are. You're obviously a planter.
Yes, a planter.
Yes.
I think I'm a bit creative, so I just try and think outside the box of the usual genre and add my own spin to it.
Yeah, I said in one of my posts the other day that it's just amazing. You have aliens, you have humans, and it fits. It just works the way it is, which is fantastic. What drew you to writing this genre? Is it just because it wrote itself?
Well, I was reading alien romance at the time, but I've also, because I find it hard to sleep at night, I start making up my own stories and hope that I dream about it. And I'm always fascinated with flying, so kind of put together.
How far did you go into the lore behind the actual aliens?
Okay, so I did do some research on real winged aliens that. Okay, so supposedly
relatively real.
Relatively real. That people have gone, these actually exist, and I'm not okay. I'm going to base it around that. So there are actual people that say they're winged aliens.
Sorry, the sound guy just said.
Yeah.
So real aliens is a bit, relative.
So they're based on someone actually saying they've seen these aliens before.
Very cool. So when you first started on the independent publishing route, why did you make that decision, and was it as easy as you thought?
Wasn't as easy as I thought. I didn't go traditional because I didn't think that it would be something that a traditional publisher would pick up. So I already knew from the beginning that I was going to go self-publishing, and it was basically one step at a time. I didn't know what I was in for. So I just researched and planned, and when I come stuck, I was like, well, we'll just work out this part and just keep going.
I'd imagine the second one would be much easier than the first.
It was, writing-wise and publishing-wise, because I've worked out all the kinks, so
Did you end up using a publishing service, or you just found your own?
Did it all myself, formatted myself, learned how to do it and did it.
Congratulations, that's amazing. Do you have any tips for people who are starting out on the independent publishing route?
Yeah, I think try not to get overwhelmed. Take it one step at a time, and do a lot of research. If you don't know it, research it, and just know that if everyone's can do it, you can do it too. It's not impossible.
That's good. Just if you've got something you want to write about, finish your story first, and then share it out there. So you've got these scratching gifts here. Are they from yours?
They are. So if anyone that buys the book gets a free scratch gift card.
That's very cute. I don't know if you can see that. It's a if you buy a book, you get one of these. There you go. It's very cute.
Yeah.
What other merch do you have on the table?
Oh, I've got artwork.
Then I'll get someone got to see me.
Actually did it myself.
Oh, nice.
Rare
Prey. Is that one of your MCs?
Yep.
Fantastic.
And then I've got the new vampire book that I've got
Amazing. So what's next for you?
I have a prequel for the vampire book, so that should be out end of January, and it's one of the side characters in the book.
Okay, and what's after that?
Probably the second in the series, but I also have planned a demon romance and also a mermaid fantasy.
Mermaid fantasy is interesting. I don't think I've read one of those. What is your ideal writing environment?
I like to have background music just to tune the brain. For some reason, it just works. I can't write in a song.
Well, I can see David just behind me is still doing some writing in the secret squirrel stuff. I could write this one. I like to have music without lyrics. If it's got lyrics, it distracts me and I start singing along.
Yeah,
so yeah.
I have
You have a playlist without lyrics too? Nice. Well, thank you so much for your time today. Really appreciated talking to you. And I look forward to learning more about your characters when I read the book. Awesome. Thank you. So I'll give you your folder. Thank you. I think I need some. Oh, it wasn't so bad, was it? It's a bit squishy.
Did we get our stand back?
Alright, we're borrowing a chair.
Maybe not.
How are you today? Hold the sideways like that. Yeah. Keep it nice and close because there's a lot of background noise. Yes. I'm hoping when we put it together with these huge, we can lock a lot of that out.
Yep, perfect.
Alright, we got the thumbs up. So I am here with Natasha Madden and we're going to talk about her books and what she likes about publishing. So how are you today?
I'm very well.
It's good to hear. Not too overwhelmed with everyone walking around all the time?
No, I've done enough of these now.
Is that 73%?
Got used to it all.
Thriving in this environment.
Yes.
So tell me a little bit about your books and how you found yourself on the creative path.
I decided to start writing for my third
35th birthday because I was out hiking with hubby and I had a few really good ideas and I was like, well, why don't I write about them? And I did, and it snowballed since then.
It's good.
Does your hubby help you with the writing? Is he your first reader?
Just for 6 weeks, but I haven't had to do one.
He did start reading my books, but he's not a reader. The only books he's ever read is Harry Potter, and that was when he was 12.
Oh, you're just going to have to make sure they all come out in audio, and then you can hear
I know. I have had a lot of people, family members don't read, and they're like, oh, if you get audio, and I'm like, oh, you pay for it.
Not as easy as you think, is it? No. So, your first book, which one's that one?
We got Chosen by Destiny up near you.
Okay,
so that's my first one.
Tell me a little bit about this and how long it took you to write.
So book 1 and 2 were written as one book, but it ended up being over 800 pages, so I split it into 2. It basically follows my version of Little Red Riding Hood and her descendants. It's got Greek and Irish mythology because I couldn't pick, I love them both. So it's got a little bit of everything in it. It's got the magical element and the shifters and the vampires. Yeah, just a little bit of everything. I love.
I love it when you have like an original fairy tale and you've just expounded.
I've loved Little Red Riding Hood since I was
I
really loved it.
So what drew you to write in this genre? Is just that's what you're passionate about?
Yeah, I've always loved fantasy. Fantasy's been my go-to, my escape. Like, I don't particularly like real-life events, so throw me into the fantasy world, please.
So when you're on that hike with hubby, do you remember what the initial thought was?
I felt like something was watching me in the bush, and I was like, it just gave me the creepy feeling, and I had to expand on that. I don't know, those eyes that just, you feel like they're on the back of your neck. Yeah.
So sort of that little scary.
Yeah, but I have a very overactive imagination. Like, I used to terrify myself when I was younger as a kid, walking home from school. So
do you have any dark elements within these stories? Are they scary?
Some of them. My younger adult book that I just published in October, To Kill a Nightmare, that's like full spooky. It's got the darker elements in it. So think Sabrina Cross Wednesday.
Oh, okay.
So that kind of themes. And then you've got His Light in the Dark, which is not dark romance, dark themes like your kidnapping, your torture, your stalker, that kind of thing. And book 2's apparently even darker, but I didn't feel like it was.
What sort of spice level do your stories have?
I would say, depends on the book. My vampire romance, probably a 4 out of 5, but the other ones I would say maybe a 3. Yeah, I don't know.
So not too
depends. Yeah, it depends on the person and their taste, I suppose. My mother-in-law's been banned from reading the vampire romance, so she's read all my other books and she's like, oh my gosh, but I banned her from the vampire one because that was very
raunchy.
Yeah.
So when you first decided to become an independent published author, why did you make that decision and what was the journey like?
Well, even now, I get scared by submissions and queries. I try and force myself to put them in, but back when I was first starting, I didn't think there was any chance I'd get a publisher, so I researched how to do it myself, and yeah, it took me a year, but once I got it down packed, I published my first book.
You got it out there. Do you have any plans for books coming up? So you've got the new vampire one coming up soon.
No, so I've got in my Druid series, book 3 is finished. It's with the beta readers now, so editor in February. So hopefully that'll be out in July. I'm currently writing The Crescent Moon book 3, and then I went on a tangent and started a whole new book. So instead of writing book 5 of my Finding Sanctuary series, so I don't know.
Whichever one you like the most at the time, I take it.
I tend to write a few books at a time just in case I get like a writer's block or something. I can move on to the next book and come back later.
Do you have any advice for people who are up and coming in the publishing world?
I don't know, follow your heart and do your research.
Amazing. What's your ideal writing environment? I've seen a few of the authors are actually still writing in this white noise.
Oh no. I get up at 5 a.m. and I'll write for 2 hours in the complete silence of my house with a coffee. I'm most creative first thing in the morning. I get too tired at night. But yes, I need silence. I can't write to music or any of that.
Yeah, well, everyone's different.
Yeah, I like my silence. If I had my way, it would be in a camp chair in front of a fire in the middle of the bush.
Okay, cool. So what other merch stuff do you have on your table? You've got some bookmarks.
Yeah, I do bookmarks. I have art, and I like to match each book with a candle. So I pick the scents from a book, whether it be the main character's scents or just the overall vibe. And I have a local candle lady who makes them to my specifications.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And she's got great names for the scents like dark blood and dragons, magic and whatnot. So it really matches the fantasy theme.
That's so cool. It's really fantastic the different sorts of accoutrement that people have had here at the fair. There's some pens over there that are in the shape of keys. Have you seen them?
No.
It's worth having a look around if you have a chance. Anyway, thank you so much for coming on today. We appreciate the conversation and see you next time.
Thank you.
He's going to do two. Okay. Oh, here you go. Oh, wait. Hi. Diana's going to be talking to you next. So we're going to get but she'll sit down with you and have a chat to you.
With this one? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Now, if you're not happy to be in front of the camera, like I'm not, we can focus.
We can get them to set the camera.
Yeah, just.
Right, now, hold it on the sides, they're the buttons. Right?
Okay, so I do it.
I'm actually trying to get through, guys.
All right.
Myself.
You're just like... Oh, hang on.
Are you seeing it?
Yeah.
I thought we were going to...
I've just got to do a 180.
Oh, that's just do it. Joel will be fine. We'll do...
Do this one first?
Yeah, do you want to play more with the books?
Yep.
Alright. So yeah, just hold the sides, don't push the buttons. You have to hold it fairly close, yeah? Cool.
How are you looking here?
Right. So Joel's just setting up the camera for us. You would not believe the team that's sitting behind all of this.
Yeah, I can imagine. Like, I don't even want to. It makes you nervous thinking about it. I'm ruining everyone's jobs at the same time.
No. There's no ruining at all. It's all about being here and doing your thing. So it's really good. Are we right to go?
Yep.
Well, Sam's already started the clock. So
there we go.
So I'm here with Rachel. How are you, Rachel?
Good. How are you?
I'm very well. Rachel, you've got 5 books here. What are we looking at?
So we're looking at the Sausage Dog Adventure series. 4 of them are travelling through WA, and then we've got one, of course, for Santa with Christmas coming up. So.
Ah, okay. Is that the latest one you've got?
No, so my 2 newest ones are Road Trip to Broome and Island Hopping in WA, and the other ones were published last year.
Last year. So it was Christmas last year, but it's going to be great this year as well.
Yeah, Christmas is always great. So.
Yeah. Fantastic. And we've got Jack and Robin.
Yeah.
And Jack is the dark boy, is that right?
No, Jack is a blonde actually. After my son, he's a blondie, so the red and tan is Jack, and then we've got the black and tan who is Robin, my daughter. Yeah.
Right, okay, so there is a connection.
Yeah, there definitely is, yeah.
Right.
But I do have a sausage dog myself named Chorizo, which is also black and tan, and that's the inspiration behind all the stories. Yeah.
Right, so it is a real family affair.
There is a family affair here, yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So let's get into that. So what brought you to write about this family travel affair, I guess?
Well, I've always loved traveling. If you can hear, I have a bit of an accent myself. I'm originally from Belgium, but yeah, I met my husband here 15 years ago and fell in love with WA in Australia, so that's where the traveling part comes from. And we have always had sausage dog in the family, so it's just one of those things that's always been a passion of us, so yeah. Combined the two, and here we are.
All right, and what about the writing side? Why writing?
I've always loved illustrating, and that's where I was like, okay, I love illustrating books, but I actually also want to tell my own stories. So then I was like, okay, I have to write to make it all come together. So yeah.
Okay. So they are self-illustrated as well?
Yeah, so I illustrate my own books, yes, and also books for other people. Yeah.
And for other people?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go, okay. So I'm seeing a bright yellow combi.
Yeah.
Have you got one of those for my sister?
Maybe. No, I don't have any of those, unfortunately, because I would love one myself.
We saw a beautiful light blue one on the highway yesterday heading up to Perth.
Yeah.
And I saw the yellow one and I thought, my sister loves the combi.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. I love that. It's just that, like, it has that nostalgia behind it.
Yeah, fantastic. All right. Now, from a writing perspective, what 5 words would describe you?
I would say creative is one of them. I don't know if I can think of 5, but I love writing, creativity, yeah, just bringing people together. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, and the indie author book process. Like, did you know what you were getting into?
I didn't really know what I was getting into, but I do have done a lot of research, and in the last 3 or 4 years learned a lot. Bit like failure and doing good things, but yeah, it's definitely a process, and there's definitely a lot of having things you have to think of and do. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot to it.
Yeah.
Did you have some help?
No, I actually did not. I researched it all myself and tried to get it all done myself, and now I feel like I have a rounded knowledge about what you can and cannot do, how things work. And then last year, beginning this year, I started my own little publishing agency just to help other people like navigate that route, because I know how tricky it can be.
It's so helpful to have someone who's been through the hoops and is able to actually help you along. So you do that for people?
Yeah, I do that for people, yeah.
Oh, that's really nice to hear, and hopefully that's successful for you as well. It's
yeah.
Okay. You've got 5.
Yeah.
Nobody stops at 5.
No, we're not stopping at 5, so I'm already working on the next 2. So next year we'll be going to Bali with the sausage dogs, and we will also be traveling through Victoria and seeing some places up there. So a little spoiler, because I haven't told anyone yet, but yeah, that's what I'm working on at the moment.
All right. And how much, what's the depth of the stories that you're going to, and who are they really aimed at?
So I mostly aim at children that are already have the understanding of oh, look, these places, I can actually visit them as well. But yeah, anything up to 10, 11 is my age range. And just kids that like to see things and be creative. I want to inspire kids as well to be creative themselves.
Ah, excellent. So inspiring people along the way. It's not just about, there's something to go and see, but you really want to get them to the point where I want to go and see that.
Exactly, yeah, that they want to travel and see the places themselves, and as well just do the drawing and see that you can do much more than just simple sitting in front of the TV all day. That makes sense, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sitting in front of the TV is just like being the bowl that stuff gets poured into and washed out of at the end of the day.
Exactly,
You want to be the cake. much more fun being the Cape. All right. What's your ideal writing environment?
My ideal writing environment? That's a very funny question because I've got a 3 and a 4-year-old at home, so I never have an ideal writing environment. So I deal with what I've got, to be honest. As long as I can focus for longer than 10 minutes, I'm happy.
Yeah, because they're around, and at that sort of age, they would be like into everything.
Yeah. So like I don't get much peace. So I just do it when I can on the fly and like try to put it all together at midnight.
Fantastic. So, and have they read them?
Yeah, my kids love them. Yeah, they run behind me all day long, and they also love that they're named after them. So like, Mom, this is me, Jack. Mom, this is me, Robin. So yeah.
Oh, fantastic. All right. Now, where can people go to get them?
So a lot of stores around Perth, and then also my website, of course. Some coffee shops, some bookshops, a bit everywhere. Yeah.
All right, fantastic. All right, wonderful. Lovely to chat, folks.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's it. All right, we're going to have a chat to Narelle. Are you up? Are you ready? It's all good fun. I would say definitely hang around, but you can always help us through the interview. Right. Well, yeah, I'll sit down, but you hold it on the sides, just because he's up.
You've got to hold it close like to when you can. Yeah, perfect.
Do I need to hold that?
Yeah, we need to keep them up close.
And am I looking at you?
Oh, we'll just talk to each other. That'll be great. We're on? Fantastic. Here we are with Narelle. How are you, Narelle? I'm Paul.
Hi, Paul. Very nice to meet you.
And you?
Yeah.
Narelle, we've had this conversation. We should go off to the pub now. Is that how it works? All right. Where do you keep your chocolate?
Oh, most usually in my mouth. I'm one of those people that I start eating chocolate and I just think I'll just have one square and then I've eaten a whole row and then before I know it the whole thing's gone. So I try not to buy it very often. It's something that I do love, but I'm also a veggie eater, so thank goodness for that.
Fantastic. So how did your love for chocolate lead to all of this?
So what happened was, I've always had a really keen interest in children's literacy. I'm a paediatric speech pathologist by background, and I have also worked as a literacy tutor. I've worked with a lot of children who are what we call reluctant readers, or children who don't especially love reading. So the mission I wanted to write a book that was fun for children to read. So hence my name, Fun Reads for Kids. That's what I'm about, having fun reading. And I have a little quiz, so there you go, that's my name. But also, I thought we could write a book that inspired children to eat up their veggies. Because as a mum, I know it can be really challenging to actually get your kids to eat veggies sometimes. So I thought, yeah, what if we could write a book that inspires children to think a little differently about their veggies? Only 9% of Australian children are eating sufficient vegetables according to the Australian Bureau of Statistics.
Only 9%?
I know. 9%.
Wow. Yeah, that's hardly anywhere. We asked a youngster earlier what one of these little things was.
Yes.
I'll put it the right way up. I do know which is the right way up. And they didn't know straight up.
I know, she had to think about it, didn't she? That was a little bit concerning, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you've done more than just write a book, haven't you?
Yeah, what I've done is create, I call it a learning experience. So we've got the book, but we also have the veggie bag. So the bag is designed for children to engage with the story and go to the farmer's market or the shops and choose their veggies or fruit and veggies so that they have a little bit more control and a little bit more engagement with the vegetables that they are wanting to eat. And I think you kids love having their own specially designed bag, and it's just a way of getting them to engage more with the veggies. And then I also have these sandbags here and the veggie children's activity pack, which are all your cognitive tasks, so gross motor, fine motor, memory, language activities, so again, engaging with the story. And then we've got the cooking, so the children's apron, the little child-sized cooking implements, because that's about connecting with parents or carers at home and taking those veggies home that they've bought at the shops and actually making something with them, just really getting them engaged with the concepts of healthy eating.
Yeah, it gives them the entire journey, doesn't it?
That's right.
Okay, well, in urban environments, probably a little different if you're actually living on a farm somewhere, but then you want them to actually be seeing them grow and plucking them out, and hopefully parents can even have an area where the kids can grow some fruit.
Well, that's right. When I go into schools and childcare centres and libraries to do author workshops, the children actually make little mini veggie greenhouses out of half egg cartons with the veggie seeds to take home and start their own little garden, whether it be in balcony pots or whether it be in the ground, just to get them to grow those seeds and see, this is where the veggies come from. So a bit of interaction.
Yeah, and the most common thing is for them to be able to get down to the shop and actually select the fruit themselves. So
that's right. Yeah. And you're often, I hear that parents are often surprised what they choose to put in their bags. Sometimes things that they've never eaten before, but because they have their own bag, they're like, we'll try this. So I like the look of that. Yeah.
And the book is telling them about the different things, so they can then relate what they're buying to what they might expect to get out of the
That's
food
right,
as well.
because it's about obviously our food provides nutrients for our body to be able to move and behave in particular ways. So the carrots, for example, help the bunnies to see at night, help the child in the story to see at night. The zucchinis help the deer to run fast and helps the child to run fast in the races at school. So each of the veggies, and I had to research which animals eat which veggies and then pick how the characteristics of those animals could be used by children to help them, move their body and use those animal characteristics in their own right. Build muscles like the bears. Yeah, it was quite, it wasn't just like wing it. It was like a bit of research involved in the story.
Fantastic. And the indie author side of things that you're doing, how does that actually, did you know what you were getting into?
Absolutely not. I just thought you would write a book and then it just gets, sold. But, because I have done what's called hybrid publishing, so I'm called an indie author, I have had to learn how to market the book and, get it into libraries. For me, it was really important that my book is available in libraries around Australia because I just wanted, and that's a little bit more of a challenge when you live in WA. But yeah, I just really wanted it to be available broadly for children. And I had no idea, absolutely no idea what I was getting into in terms of, okay, now I've got this book and what do I do with it now, to get it out there in the real world.
Right, so one of the ways they get out there is by people coming in and buying them. Where do people go to get your sweet?
Yes, thank you. I do go to markets, but I also have a website which is funreads4.kids.com.au. So people do buy from my website. They're also available in any bookshop. So the independent bookshops in WA do stock them. Otherwise, anyone can go to a bookshop anywhere in Australia and ask them to get it in, and they will order it through my distributor. I do have a distributor, and obviously libraries. There's probably about 200 libraries around Australia who have the book as well. And if your library doesn't, you can actually go to your library and ask to request the book in, and they'll get it in for you.
Get it in for you. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Narelle.
Thank you.
We'll leave it there, and all the best with.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You don't want to do
Quite close to the mouth because.
Okay. You got all that, yeah? Okay. And we'll just start talking.
Are you going to sit down as well, baby?
Do you want to? I can move along. Hi, how are you? Oh yeah.
That's what happens when you're so busy somewhere.
Yes, that's right. Do you need that? You're good?
Did you want any other books in? Because I can't really get the front because we're too close. I've got all of that. You can see what you've got going on live. So if you want anything else on there?
Yeah. That's probably not this way here.
Alrighty. Okay, so we got thumbs up from the camera guy. You can start.
Okay.
I'm here with Teena Raffa-Mulligan, a fellow podcaster. She has a podcast called On the Pod, which I really enjoy. So I'm going to talk to her today about her books, why she got into the creative pathway, and what she thinks about self-publishing. So how are you today to start with?
I'm great, thank you. There's quite a buzz here.
There is. There's so many more people than I anticipated. I think I'll need to sleep for 2 days after this.
I think you probably will.
So tell me a little bit about how you got onto the creative path and what inspired you to be such a prolific writer.
Oh my goodness. I have been a book lover and a story writer for as long as I can remember. As soon as I learned how to read, I was taken into other worlds and always knew that I wanted to be a writer. But at the time I was mad about ballet, and my big plan as a kid was that I was going to grow up, be a famous ballerina, travel around the world, and while I was dancing in all of these major theatres, I was going to write novels in the dressing room.
Wow.
But obviously the ballet dream fell by the wayside, but the writing dream didn't.
Did you still do a lot of ballet? Did you join a dance company or anything?
No, I gave up when I was 16. I realised I didn't have what it takes to be a professional dancer.
It's a hard choice, isn't it? And I'm sure that feeling of, being defeated and giving up on that dream has come through in some of your stories.
I think anyone who sets out on a creative path, no matter what it is going to experience a lot of doubts and rejections and upsets. So it takes a lot of resilience to actually realise any kind of creative dream. And for writing, it's another thing altogether, because not only do you have to go through that creative process of producing your stories, once you've done that wonderful part, then you've got to find people who want to read your stories and publish your stories. So that's a whole other ballgame.
And you've been through publishers before as well, haven't you?
Yes.
Yep.
My first lot of books came out through traditional publishers. Took me about 10 years to get my first picture book published, and there was a 15-year gap after that for the next two, but then I was on my way. But in the past, I think about the past 10 or 15 years, I decided to start putting out some of my own titles, mainly because there's been so many changes in the publishing industry.
it's so fast, especially with the onset of e-books and the development of audiobooks, and it's changing all the time.
It is. And there's so many more possibilities to share your stories in different ways. Why not?
Exactly. So tell me what type of author you are.
Very difficult to put in a box.
Oh, I see. There's such a diverse range here. You've got some children's stories, we've got some children's books. We've got, this is a young adult, isn't it?
Yes.
Really and Me. And then we've got some, is it romance in the corner there?
Yes.
A Christmas romance. Yeah, I could buy it tomorrow after Christmas starts. Not buy Christmas books till the 1st of December. Hubby put his foot down.
So I guess really I write what I feel like writing and what stories want to be written at the time. I've got a background in journalism, so writing's been my business and my passion for as long as I can remember. And I think I would find it difficult to put myself into a box as one type of writer and not another. So my writing covers all ages for children's books, fiction and non-fiction, and my adult writing ranges from poetry, short fiction, short romances, and now women's fiction.
Wow, that's a lot going on. What's your ideal writing environment? And do you work on multiple books at once, or is it just you get this one down?
In the past, I was always writing on a lot of projects at once, but lately I don't do as much writing as I used to. I'm only working on one project at the moment, and I'm not writing full on. Sometimes a couple of weeks will go by and I won't even look at what I'm working on. Other times I'll do a bit every day just to stay whisked away. So I don't have a set routine.
You don't have a set routine, you just do whatever you feel like.
Exactly.
That comes with maturity. Do you have any tips for people who are just starting out in this self-publishing journey?
Do your homework. Look into the best way to work that will suit you. Be aware of how much is involved if you're going to do it all on your own. Marketing is not the same as publishing, and you have a lot to learn. Also, if there isn't something you can do competently yourself, such as editing or cover design, pay professionals to do it, because there's a lot of competition out there, and your book has to be the best quality it can be to stand up.
So, when you first started in the industry over 20 years ago,
actually 50 years ago.
Over 50 years ago, what sort of changes have you seen that's the most prominent for you?
The technology, because when I started writing, I was using a typewriter and posting my submissions out by snail mail. So of course, computers changed everything, and I would not want to go back to using a typewriter again. And also, email makes everything so accessible. There's no need to wait for a publisher to get back to you by mail. There's no need to try and find out where you have to post things. And also the other big change that's opened so many doors for me and a lot of other authors like me is print on demand, where we can publish our own books so quickly and they can reach an international market.
Yeah, the availability for your books is just, it's completely wide. You can buy books anywhere now, which you definitely couldn't do before.
No.
Do you still like to see your book in bookstores?
I do. I get a thrill if I go into a bookstore and see my books there. It doesn't happen all that often, but it is always a thrill. And I've never been game enough, though, to go up to the counter and say, Hey, I'm the author. Would you like me to sign these copies for you?
Oh. I've been watching all these videos on YouTube lately, and some of the authors, they just go in and do it. So maybe that's what you need to do. Just go in and just sign a couple of books. Be a surprise for someone. You can video it and say, hey, look for this book in this store. Don't tell them this store. Make it at random.
That's a good point.
Yeah. All right, well, we've run out of time. So thank you so much for talking to me today. Really appreciate the conversation and the chat beforehand. And I will send you all the details from the minisode when it comes out.
That'd be great. And thanks for chatting.
Oh, it is quite squishy. Yeah, that's okay. It is. Are you doing it? I need to talk.
No worries. So we hold it on the sides because they're buttons.
Okay.
Alright. Camera's over here. Paul will move that. Air is sloppy. Alright, so it's good to go. Fantastic. You get it later on. Yeah. Just when we get there. Yeah, no problem. That's what I'm doing with Paul here. Hey, this is beautiful. Where did this come from?
Thank you.
I think it was my wife's grandmother's.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's quite nice.
I got a good boy cookie.
She's got a key though. Too bad if anyone wants to take care of it. It's just over there though. How close do you have to hold this?
Yeah, fairly close.
Like just like that?
Yeah, pretty close, yeah. Need to keep the... Are you okay if we stand up, Joel?
Oh, I don't mind either way.
If you sit down, it'll be better.
Sit down is better, yeah. Take artistic correct.
Makes it hard, doesn't it? You kind of get like you really have to stay here.
No, it's good. It's pretty. It's not going to be. Ah, thanks.
Yep.
On camera. Looking great. Joel's doing a great job at this. Sam's going to stand over there. She's going to give me the signal. We're all good?
I've gone manual now, so then it doesn't blur out when people walk through you.
Ah, right.
So it takes me a bit longer to set you up.
No problem.
Okay.
Fantastic. Hello,
All right.
Paul.
G'day.
I'm Paul too. That's great, isn't it?
Oh, look, got for a great start.
Yeah, that's it. We must have come out of the same generation or something like
Oh,
that.
close.
Cool. So, Paul, what got you into writing and how long have you been playing this game?
Well, I first started writing back in the 90s. I'm big into movies and obviously reading fantasy, science fiction and all that kind of stuff. But back in the 90s, I was a bit disappointed with the lack of decent science fiction and those kind of movies. So I thought, I'll just write my own screenplay. Not really thinking that I'd get it, made into a movie, but I just thought I'd try the exercise. And I mean, it took me a few years, but I did it, and it was interesting. I learned quite a bit, and then I wrote another one after that, and then I thought another screenplay, like a short film kind of one, about a man who's dealing with the onset of Alzheimer's. And then a few years after that, I was inspired by, remember NaNoWriMo, the writing. I think it's like 50.
That's a writing
competition kind of thing. Anyway, I didn't actually do it, but it kind of inspired me to think, maybe I'll just try to write a scene as if it's from a novel, And I wrote it, and I thought, this is not bad. So, and I just kept on writing. and here we are. And I have my
Fantastic.
first 2 books out.
First 2 books.
Well, yeah. It's one story, but it got bigger and bigger and bigger, and it just kind of grew. So I thought I'd break it into 2.
Right.
So easy to handle from both an editing and publishing perspective.
Oh, it's easier to do it for 2 than it is to. Because it's much work.
Exactly.
To do for 2 as it is for 1.
Yeah. So, so that's where I came from as far as writing, my creative bent. Because I normally work in IT, which is completely different. So.
Oh yeah, that's all the logic and everything.
Yeah, exactly. Which has kind of helped me in some ways, because I would say I'm what you would call a plotter, So, I just do things in a logical way. Oh, look, I lay it out, and break it up again, and break it down, and which worked for me. So, but that was good.
And what was your favourite part of the process?
Oddly enough, I like editing the best.
Editing?
Yeah. Well, especially after the first draft is done. Before that, I do enjoy writing the story initially, but that's almost like the hard yards, is getting it down. But I do like, I thought it was a bit strange that I did like the editing, but there you go.
You have to wonder about yourself.
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking, what's wrong with me? But I really enjoy that process.
Excellent. So if there were 5 words that describe you as a writer, what would they be?
New, because I'm new to being an author at least. Economical, because I don't over-explain things in my novels. What's a couple of others? Cinematic is one of them, because when I write, I kind of, with what I'm writing, I picture as if it's in the movies.
Right.
So, there was, I can't think of any more.
That's right, you don't need to have all 5.
Yeah, that's all right.
I can never remember 5 things, just 4.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fantastic. And the whole indie author business, call it a business, how did you get into that? Did you know what you were up for?
At the start I didn't, because I didn't know, I was doing all the writing and then not really worrying about the publishing side of it. I was like, I'll just finish writing first and then I'll worry about it. But the last few years I've kind of learnt a lot about either self-publishing or hybrid or assisted publishing. As we were speaking offline, it's really difficult to get traditional publishing. But as an indie author, you have a bit more independence, obviously, and you have a bit more control. But you do have to do the work yourself as well. I was lucky. I was assisted by National Press, which was really good. They did. They do all the admin kind of stuff for me, which is great. So it's one less thing I have to worry about. And they did a really good job. I'm really happy with them.
Excellent. That's great to hear. Where can people find your book?
Obviously, all the online bookstores, Amazon, Booktopia, even Dimmicks, and everywhere, all over the world as well. I did a bit of a search a few days ago, and I found my book on a German online bookstore, and I couldn't understand most of the words on the page, but so it's everywhere. But I also have my own online bookshop on my website.
Right. So that's the best place to go
for me.
For your returns.
Yes. Yep. So
with the others to get the reach and get the returns on your own site.
And obviously it's all out everywhere. Ebooks and Amazon, Kindle, and Apple Books, and all that. So yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Paul.
That's all right. Been a pleasure.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Oh, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Okay. Thank you.
We will.
Yeah?
Why not?
You just just tell me where you're going and I'll set up on the opposite direction. Next. Then. It's all set, ready to go.
No problem. Interesting. You did simple, right? Thank you. Hope I didn't come enough.
Nah. No, fine. Yeah, you're fine. Yep.
You know what you do then? Look at the point. So heads that one, tails that one. And that's the way to do it. Do you want both? Little bit of text. How about I put this aside, you think, and then at the end of the day, you can come and tell me what you want, okay? She's today. Today's there, so I'm like, no. Fun. I stole them from yours. How do I see it?
So starting. Hi. Might be a bit low.
I can hold it here.
Very good. I'm holding it up. How are you today?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good. So I know Heather quite well because she's part of the Squires on the Otherworldly Emergence series.
Yes, I am.
She has a book coming out next year for Shannon Castle Productions.
Yes, I am.
Which is super cool.
Being a Bush Castle Squire representative.
So today we're talking about your other books.
Yes, my other books.
So tell me how you found your way onto the creative pathway.
I've always been creative. Stories have been a big thing in my life growing up and stuff. I've got fond memories of listening to like the Terry Pratchett Discworld audiobooks, like my dad driving me around. Like Lord of the Rings, Tolkien, like old school fantasy. And it's generally just always been in the books.
Well, they would have been on CDs?
Yes, they were at the time.
Back in the day when we had CD audiobooks, and then if you had one scratch on the CD, it ruined the whole thing, especially it was always on a climax or something cool. Yes. So fortunately, technology
got better.
Yeah, technology has improved. So, which was the first book that you wrote?
It was the pre-evolution of Coast Home.
And you've since
republished it? I republished it. So it was called Rippled Reflections, but I pulled it down and reworked it to be more of my like dark, carby, sinewy, and then came back out as Ghost Hope, and then the sequel. Some of the stuff went from Rippled Reflections into Haunted Headlands.
Yes, so we were talking about this the other day, and we're talking about scary letters. So it's not too scary.
It's like one clown.
Scary. Yeah. So talking about how we write scary things. So we're talking about pants, drops, scary, or clown faces. And then we're talking about instead of spices, we're talking about the romantic situations in the story. So you're sapphic.
Yes, I write sapphic because loving women needs to have more books.
Yes, and you're bringing them all out there.
Yes, I will. Because you also have to deal with a sapphic book in yours.
Yes, the book in the Otherworldly Emergence series is a sapphic.
Yes.
And I think that's fantastic.
Yay!
So, what is your ideal writing environment?
I write sort of in pockets of time, but I like to sort of do maybe a 3-hour like sprint, 3 hours of sprinting time where I just kind of dictate so that I can just get a big chunk of like a chapter down. I think it was like not a novel, but like if I can finish writing a chapter or a chapter and a half and then get it edited in the entire 3 hours, that would be great because then it helps me write out the books quicker, and then I get to go to my least favourite part of the whole process, which is editing.
So dictating is really interesting. Did you do that from the beginning? Did you always know you wanted to dictate them, or was the first incarnation of this typed out?
This was first typed down, and then I found that I'm also dyslexic, so my brain works quicker than I can get the words to process.
So dictating helps me just kind of get all the words out. It's like a word dump. And then I have to go back in and neaten it up. And then we deal with the word swaps.
Yeah, well, it's really good. Again, technology.
Yes.
You can have the computer read it back to you.
Yes.
Yeah. So, why did you choose independent publishing?
I chose it sort of as a dip my toe in. There are some stories that I'm willing to change and willing to take outside people telling me how they want it shaped. And there were some stories that I call my heart stories that they're not going to change. Like I refuse on principle because of what they mean or who they're for, that I'm very much like, no, they're my books and I won't shift things, and I'm going to stand on budget and be stubborn on things, which is the Daffodil Queen, because it's dedicated to my wife. So it's her book, so I wasn't willing to let it go out into the wider world.
Is this a standalone, the Daffodil Queen?
It's an interconnected standalone in a wider world called the Twisted Garden Sagas, where we're going to do mythology, reimaginings, laws, fairy tales. The second book, which is Primrose Princess Sacrifice, comes out October of 2026.
Fantastic. So you have 3 books coming out next year?
Yes, crazily, I do have 3 books. I have 2 novellas and a book. And a novel coming out.
Do you have any plans for the year after, or
yes,
you're just going to deal with this first?
No, there is a plan. I'm actually weirdly pulling back on how many books I put out, but I'm going to go deeper and darker and longer than standard. But then it depends on what offers and opportunities arise from certain publishers that want me.
So when you first started publishing, did you realise how much effort you actually had to put into the whole process?
I did to an extent, because I did follow other self-published authors, but it was a lot. I kind of underestimated my capacity. Or overestimated my capacity and underestimated to the extent what is and isn't done, but it's worthwhile because it is something I want to do long term.
And you have so much control over books the whole way.
Yes.
And every other book is easier.
I wouldn't say easier. I think the challenges that arise in it are just different. So certain aspects, they are reading nuts a bat. They're reading buddies. But I think just this kind of just flew out of me. But this Daffodil Queen was a lot harder in terms of it just I couldn't get to where I wanted it to go. So plotting was more difficult, and I think just the challenges shift and change of where you want to go.
Well, every book that you do may have its different challenges, but once you've learnt the original steps.
Yes. Oh, so like uploading and knowing where to go, yes. But then I get different challenges like, okay, now I need to then go to market, or I need to figure out how to do that. So
what advice do you have someone who's starting out in the indie publishing industry?
Take your time. Don't rush, but also find your people, and it's okay to actually stumble a couple of times.
We're getting our cut signal, so
Yes, we
obviously
are.
we've gone over time. But it's been so much fun talking to you.
Thank
Good to
you.
see you in person.
Yes.
And just as an add-on, while she dictates her books, she crochets these cutesy little things. And I've been watching her doing them for a couple of weeks now, so it's nice to see them in person. So I want to see you around.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all right, thank you.
Half-time, swap sides.
And we need to hold it pretty close.
To the...
Yeah, we'll sit down. Because sitting down apparently is... Yeah. Can I stand this up?
Yeah, absolutely.
Brilliant. Yes. And they edit the book to their book.
No, this is a live stream. We're on. Oh, well, look, and here, even the clock has started. Sam's been doing a great job.
Excellent.
So, hello, Gaye. I'm Paul. How are you?
Pleased to meet you.
Gaye, how long have you been around in this area? Because you live just up the road.
Oh, I started out way down south in the tall trees of Pemberton, and then came up this way, and then went out to the Great Central Desert, and then over to New Zealand and back.
And back again?
Years, yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. So you've got quite a diverse range of experiences, I would imagine, that have actually helped in what you're doing.
Definitely.
Oh, you're right.
Definitely.
You want to go through?
They are the crux of why I wrote the books, I guess.
Yeah,
because,
there's a lot.
they're a bit of a witness to the journey that I've been on.
Right, so talking about that, your first book?
The Joys of a Tight Area.
Charmed.
Oh, the other one.
Charmed Life, yes.
Oh, that one there.
Yep. So I began to write that many years ago.
We got the stand.
Probably shortly after my mum passed away, I began to write that. I'd always kept a diary about the work that I was doing, and then the opportunity came up to write some more, so I just continued. Yeah. So both books are basically the story of how I got to where I am today.
Okay. So the first one is sort of like a background book from a family history almost?
The first book's about conversations with spirit. So, which is the background and how I got there. I've had a lot of guidance from spirit along the way in my life. And so I just wanted to share with everyone that, having that has been absolutely wonderful. And I've also had contact with lots of loved ones that have passed, and I'd also like everyone to know that they're still around you all the time. So that was my way of sharing that.
That's a comforting thing to know.
It is. And it's comforting for them that you know it as well. Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, there's a whole thing we could get into there, I'm sure, but maybe you should be on my podcast. Fantastic. So, the indie or the authoring side of things, as an indie author, did you know what you were getting into?
No, but funny story, I really believe in what I do. So I said to the Universal Spirit, I need a publisher. And then I met a business girl who said, I've got a publisher on my books, would you like to meet? So I had a lovely conversation with her here. And he helped me get me to the finish line, which was fabulous.
To actually get you over the line. So that's Ian. We're probably going to interview Ian a bit later on.
From Indie Publishing. Yeah. So I had a little prototype to start off with, but these are the end result, which is really cool.
Right, so you went from having a little bit, knowing that you needed to get somewhere and you had to fill in the gaps. Is that how the writing journey went?
Yeah, a little bit, although it's a bit smoother than that. It was just a normal effect. It was great.
All right, followed the energy.
I did.
All right, terrific. Now, how would you describe yourself as a writer? What would be 5 words that would describe you as a writer?
I did say newbie, but actually, because it's sort of like an autobiography, I would say I'd be a very happy writer because I enjoyed all the funny moments that I popped into the book and spent a lot of time having a wee giggle aloud at some of the stuff that happened. So it's been an amazing process. And even for me having to proof it, I've gone back and gone, oh my gosh, I can't believe that happened. So that's been pretty cool. Yeah, I'd encourage anyone to revisit some of the things they've done and celebrate them.
Yeah, there's a lot. People go through a lot in their life, and fortunately, there's lots of good.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And it's not all been new experience, but even in that, it's been great to have that that guidance.
as in, I saw a psychic once and she said, your house will get broken into. And I said, no. And she said, a few months later when I was on the yoga retreat, I had a phone call from the children. My house will get broken into.
Oh.
And so having that heads up, not that I think it's a great thing to happen, I was just, is everyone okay? Okay? Just a little bit of guidance.
Just deal with
Not the best example.
Diane wants a lollipop. Oh, no lollipop for you.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was really cool.
Okay, and you've got the 2 books here. Do you have some more on the agenda?
I've eaten half of it. It's on
Definitely a
smoker.
third one in the wings, yeah. Even though
It's
I
a
feel
lot of
like,
icing.
Quite funny in some of the telling, there's a few bits I left out that are ready for the third book. So.
Oh, right, that's interesting. Because I record people's oral histories, and when they leave stuff out, it's sometimes really hard to...
You know, it's a challenge to get things in focus when you don't bring your
somehow.
glasses.
How do you...
Just saying.
Do you have a plan for how
I just use my good eye and it works fine.
Yeah. And it will, I can sort of feel it coming together, so that's that'll be quite cool.
So it'll still work on its own, but it's...
Absolutely. So the first book is about spiritual guidance and conversations with spirit, and the second book's about hypnosynergy, which is a combination of hypnosis and energy work. So primarily they're about that, but there are also lots bits and pieces of what's happened in life along the way. The bit I left out was living in the Great Sandy Desert for 7 years and having my babies out in the middle of nowhere and all kinds of funny shenanigans that happened out there. So hopefully that'll be of interest one day.
Yeah, so you've got a whole, it really is a rich breeding ground, like living in the middle of nowhere. So much happens that isn't what people would expect
Normally
to happen.
expect, not for back in the day. And I think it's important to have a look at history and learn from it. Not my history personally, but all history, because whatever's been done, we've learned from a little bit. When we take notice of it, perhaps we can pick up some gems that help us move forward.
Fantastic. Now, where would people go to get your books?
I do sell them online. I also sell them from Biddenup, where I live and work from. So, you can get them in person or you can buy them online through Amazon and Ingram.
Let's have a look. So you've got a website?
Oh, yes.
Hypnosynergy?
Yeah, website hypnosynergy.com, and that's for my hypnosis sessions and training.
Okay, and can you get the books there? Go for Amazon. Cool. Thank you very much, Gaye. It's been wonderful having a chat and following each other around all day.
It's been lovely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're right to come
Oh yeah, that easy.
You don't put your press the buttons. That's why I've got to make sure everyone only talks from this way. Don't hide I'm already down.
The sacrifices you make for the podcast.
Okay. Hello, Murray. How are you today?
Fantastic. Thanks for having me.
No problems at all. I'm really glad you're here. I'm talking to Murray Paul. He is the fantastic author of Unlikely Characters. That's a new one, isn't it?
That's the new
Yep,
one.
the new
That's
one.
the latest one. Yep.
And then the first one,
Walk a War in My Shoes.
Walk a War in My Shoes, which is about your granddad.
My great uncle, so it's my grandfather's father. Is who that man is.
So did you have lots of meaningful conversations with him about this?
No, not really, because my birth was a long time after he passed away in 1917. I never got the chance to speak to him personally. The stories that I learned from him come from two different directions. One would have been my father. My grandfather never spoke a lot about it, but I was probably too young to ask the right questions. But the main drive for the book was when my mother passed away. I found the 100-year-old letters that my great uncle had written back from about the time of his enlistment to a week before he passed away. So that was the main driver.
Amazing. So what sort of writer are you? Do you like to write your stories in silence, or do you want sound, or?
When I'm doing the work on it, silence.
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 So you can't carry on writing in this environment then?
No, not at all. No, I need to concentrate. A lot of the work that's gone into either book is in research, and I guess being retired, I've got the opportunity to not be under pressure. I can sit down, I can write for a few hours. If I get into a bit of a blank or I'm not sure about something, I can walk away, go for a walk, go for a ride on my bike, think it through, come back, pick it up in 3-4 days' time or a week if I feel like it, and then go on there. But the point I need to make is the amount of research that goes into either book. I loved the research part of it. I was engaged with that.
So how long did it take you to write this book here?
Walk a War in My Shoes took 5 years. This book took, Unlikely Barons took 18 months, but the book had been in my head for 30 years. But there was, for reasons that are explained in the book, I couldn't do a great deal about it. Some circumstances changed. I still retained the passion to write after the first book came out, so I then took this to print. But it only took 18 months because most of the story had been in here forever.
What's next?
I'm not really sure. There's a bit of pressure on from a few people to bring a sequel to Unlikely Barons because there's a few open ends there which would allow me to do that. But I need to, because it's a work of fiction, allegedly, I need to build that story inside my head before I can take it to the computer.
So it could be another 5 or so years?
Let's say a couple.
A couple of years, okay. Well, maybe it won't take so long because you've got all of this experience from these 2 books now.
No, but I think I've learned a lot in the writing. You learn how to progress something, how to think things through, how to do research. You learn a lot as you go. So the next one wouldn't be hard.
So what 5 words would describe yourself as an author?
Enthusiastic.
Okay.
Passionate. I become engrossed in both books. I become part of the story in that I become totally involved, totally connected to the work. Almost like in this case that I knew the man, in this case that I could put my feet on the ground with those people and connect to them. So I become really connected.
So when you first started self-publishing, did you do it yourself or did you get us to go for some self-publishing services?
I was very lucky that when I had finished the manuscript, I started to format for print. But if you're not as computer literate as you should be, you need help. And I studied every YouTube video that's available on how to format for print, and about 2 weeks in I had to walk away from it. It was far beyond my ability. So the best thing that ever happened to me was I found Reginald Press's phone number and rang up Ian Hooper, and the rest is history.
He is amazing.
Magnificent.
So if someone was starting out in the publishing route, what advice would you give them?
That's a really good question, and I do address that often when I'm promoting the book. I say to people, everyone's got a story within them, and it might be about your own family history, it might be about, you might have a passion for Irish dancing, it doesn't matter. People have got some sort of story within them, and my advice to them would be do it. It's not difficult, it's not expensive anymore. The beauty of self-publishing and the way print on demand works is that no one's going to get hurt, and if you don't have someone's foot in the middle of your back, take your time, but do it.
Just get it done.
Get it
You
done.
can't edit the blank page.
No.
No, you can't. So, are you actually going to follow through with that next book with Unlucky Barons?
It's probably, unless something else jumps up, it's probably the next step.
That's the next step. So we have to wait a couple of years, but we could very well see that soon.
But you'd never say never.
Never say never. If you could please tell us a little bit about this story.
Okay, so Unlikely Barons, I was living in Broome in the 90s for about 5 years, and Broome was out of control then as much as it is now. I don't think it's really changed much, but it was, with due respect to the police, it was almost a lawless environment, and there was things going on up there that I observed. I knew people, I worked for people that were out of control, and that's the story of their lives, the characters of Broome. Also, there's a backstory in there about the disappearance and unacceptable investigation into the deaths of 2 people, and that's never been fully explained. So that's in there as well.
That's your open-ended bits.
Sorry?
That's your open-ended bits you can close.
That's it. That's it.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for your time today. Really enjoyed the conversation, and be in touch when we've got the minisodes ready.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Who's next? This one? Or that one?
These are the right hands. Okay, they're buttons, so hold it on the sides. And you need to hold it up quite close.
I'm just holding it like this.
Yeah, so probably about here somewhere. All right.
Okay.
They do prefer us to sit down because then they can show more of the table.
Tuck that under the desk. Actually, bring that out and put it. Oh no, tuck it under the desk.
Okay.
Come out, Jody, and let Paul come through. Stay close.
Sneak through. Did you want to be in the interview too? Okay.
She's almost got it down pat.
We can do that. We'll sit down and
I don't know where she should be. Maybe someone else.
You look like you've got a microphone already.
So just like this?
Yeah, that's about right. You'd see Joel here who's setting everything up, and Sam, Tim at the back there, he's got the timer.
Joel needs to check my battery power. I think I'm pretty low. We get a last 7 to 8 minutes, or you would.
It's on. I'll check it after if you like.
It's almost.
I was just wondering. Wouldn't be a lot of power left in that.
It's almost done. But it'll make a difference.
Okay, thank you.
Fantastic.
Maybe I should keep the glasses on. It makes me look smarter. What do you think, Paul?
Yeah, keep the glasses on. They're good. Sometimes you get glasses with these lenses, and the light shines down, and you get a blue colour in the glasses. I haven't seen
a
yours
cool
doing
effect.
that.
No, mine are just reading glasses, so they're not specialised enough
to
maybe for that.
Fantastic. Righto.
Oh yeah, does she need to speak into this when she reads?
Oh, when she reads, yeah, you will. You will have to.
Friends with a special dedication.
No, you always say the right word. No, it's really. Think. Have a quick look. Go to page 94.
We're just setting up here, Sam.
Remember reference. Joel helped me keep this screen on, which has information about felt. Oh, maybe go like that.
To my dad, but do I keep
Paul
the
will
book
tell you
like
what
this?
to do. Yeah, that's okay. You can just look down and read.
So what we'll do is we'll talk about the book briefly. So we'll talk about the type of book that it is, and then we'll get you to read the dedication after that. How does that sound? Oh, really? Excellent.
Quite a talented
Oh yeah, that's looking good. So I've turned the brightness down so that it can actually see it.
Oh, there.
All right, we're on. Okay. Talking here with Brett Cole about the Pink Bubble. Pink Bubble. What sort of book is the Pink Bubble?
It's narrative non-fiction book. So a lot of it's like a memoir or like a semi-autobiography, but there's some fictitious elements in it. I've created a character, so it's not all in first person. So yeah, that's a little bit about it.
All right. So fairly closely connected to a life, but not the actual story of
Yeah, I mean, a lot of what is in there is to do with myself and some different things that have happened to me, but there are some fictitious elements in it.
All right, fantastic. We also have a dedication, I believe.
Yeah, my daughter has read out the dedication on air before on Bunbury Community Radio, so it's dedicated to her.
All right, shall we do that?
Jalen, did you want to read the dedication now?
Yes, please.
Oh.
For all my family, with a special reference to my dad, thanks for being so supportive. And my daughter, always try and follow your dreams and passions.
Well done. Thank you very much.
She's very good. She's my foil in a way. She's a bit more confident than me at times, I think.
Oh, wow. Okay. So you've written this book, and do you have the next thing on the...
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to be writing a second one, to be honest with you. No ideas were really coming, and but the months passed, and then it started to happen, an idea for a second book, and I'm finishing up the final chapter at the moment of the first draft, and it's all fictitious, so it's been a really nice change from my first book, which is more like a memoir. It's been hard to recall different things, choose what to leave out, what to put in, etc. That's been good.
So now you have to, in effect, fabricate everything.
That's right, yeah, so it's very different. The writing journey of this second one is very different.
What's your favourite part about this writing journey?
Probably when I first got it come in the mail, I needed to check through for some final edits that needed to be done, but to get it in the mail, to look through it, to have the physical copy of it, instead of looking at it always on the screen with the words on the screen, that was probably the best moment, I think.
Suddenly it's alive.
Yeah, that's right. It's an actual book and you get to hold it and flick through it.
Yeah, that's a different experience, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good experience.
Right. Now, if there were 5 words that were to describe you as an author, what would those words be?
I'd say that at least in this first book, it's quite colourful in ways, not too vanilla. It's quite honest as well, and it's quite raw. And I'd say it's also insightful. I don't know how many words that's been.
That's all right, I'm not counting.
Oh, okay. Very good.
Excellent. So you have a strong basis on your life. So what is it about your life that actually makes it that little bit different and worth
I think that
people coming to have a read of it?
Yeah, I think maybe for a lot of us writers or authors, we've always enjoyed English maybe in primary school and high school. I still remember reading Dorothy Parker in high school in year 10. I think it was called The Telephone Call. So I've always enjoyed English, and I used to journal write a bit. I was in a car accident when I was 17, and I wrote a lot about that in my 20s. And then many years later, I thought I'll try and create a book from that, have a chapter before it and chapters to follow, and that's what I ended up doing. It took a long time, but it got done, so that's good.
Yeah, and you've had quite a journey, haven't you, along the way?
Yeah, well, we all do. I think once we get to a certain age, we've all had maybe our traumas in a way, and have had our journeys. So in some ways, what happened to me as a teenager is not too unique, but it shapes me a lot, and it got me writing more seriously than before then. Yeah.
All right. And after reading your book, after reading The Pink Bubble, how would someone be feeling?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, originally I was wanting it to be read by men that have taken risks before, or teenagers that have taken risks before, and the idea is that they would see that some good can come from mistakes made as a teenager or as a young man. So hopefully it would have them think that, you know, good can come out of something that's bad that's happened.
Excellent. That's a very important thing for a lot of people to actually understand, that just getting out there and doing something, even if it doesn't go how you thought, you can actually make something good from it.
Yeah, I mean, you've always got to keep moving forward, I guess, don't you? So it's a way to move forward, to be able to write about different things that do happen.
All right. And where would people go to actually get a hold of your book?
Well, they can put my name into Google, and a bit of information comes up. But it's available through Amazon. It's available through the bookstore here in Bunbury. I can always be contacted as well to get copies to people.
Right. And was the indie authoring journey what you expected?
It's been surprisingly good, I guess, especially today. Even this is the first time I've had a stall, and it's been nice to see other authors here and see their books, and even be interviewed. And I've done a few other interviews. That's been a good experience. So yeah, it's been a good journey.
Excellent. That's wonderful to hear. Thank you very much, Fred.
Thank you so much.
Coming on today and sharing your story.
Thank you.
Another guy. Oh god, oh really? Alright, let's move this stuff out of here. Alright, we're gonna... Sorry, give me a minute if you want to. Okay, cool. Okay, we're gonna take these.
When you don't really have to glasses. And you've got something like choice.
You give me a minute too, Bess.
Huh?
I don't know, that's a great question.
Well, it's auto. When it's on video, when you fucking pinpoint the focus. It keeps changing the depth of the field.
Vanessa? Hayden?
Nice to meet you, Hayden.
Okay. Hi, Sam. Vanessa, nice to meet you.
Have you already spoken?
No, I'm not. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, that one popped out. Yeah, you can split it from the back. Yeah, I know, right?
Stay out of the shot.
Oh, no, come in.
Alright. Thumbs up. Alright, so I'm here talking to Vanessa Joyce.
Hi,
nice to meet you too. You've got some amazing all displayed nicely here.
Thank you.
So tell me about your author journey and how you decided to walk on the creative path.
I've been writing since I was about 16 years old. I started publishing about 9 years ago, and I started doing events 3 years ago as well.
And who is your friend here?
This is my son, Caden. He's also started writing and publishing his own books.
Congratulations.
Yeah, so he's written a children's book. It follows his story of the events that happened to him in 2024. He was granted a Starlight Foundation wish. And he was also sent to the Eras tour to see Taylor Swift.
So cool. So good that you can do it with your mum.
Yeah, it's been a fun journey that we've been able to kind of do together.
And what's your first book?
So my first book would be the Werewolf series. So this is my first book. And it's, a werewolf thriller series.
How many in the series?
So there's 4 books in total, and I've just recently released an omnibus book. So this book contains all 4 books. Yeah. Hold it up. Yeah, so this book contains all 4 books.
Fantastic. I love omnibuses. Have you got it on audio?
So no, I don't.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yes.
No.
And what's next?
So then I did a small town romance, which was a fun little adventure. It actually began my Swiftie journey. And Kate's Swiftie. I also did a short story I co-authored with a friend who is a police officer in Murarka.
Yep.
And then I've started working on my romantasy journey, which is Blood of the Titan.
I love that cover.
Yeah, it's stunning. It's got great edges. And the second book releases in about 4 weeks.
Amazing.
Yeah.
You've been very busy.
Very, very busy.
Yeah. So what 5 words best describe you as an author?
I guess I think outside the box. I'm big on merch. I like big events. We like to explore different genres. We kind of, there's a bit of everything on the table. Yeah, I don't really like
That was 5. I'm counting it as 5.
Yeah.
So what drew you to write? What's drawing you to write in different areas now? So you started thriller.
Yeah, I started thriller horror. I started reading a lot more romantasy, and I really love romantasy. So I just had my own ideas of what I wanted to do and how I wanted the story to read. So I suppose, as a writer, you write what you want to write. So that's been what I've done.
So do you think you'll go back to the thriller horror later, like do more of that darker sort of stuff, or are you going to stay for the lighter romantasy?
I haven't got any plans currently to go forward with any more thriller. There is the possibility for prequels, but I'm really loving romantasy, so I think that's really where I'll stay. I probably will switch back and forth between contemporary. I do love a good, small town romance. I love a Melanie Harlow book, so I'll probably switch between romantasy and contemporary. To see where it leads us. Caden's also got a new book coming out soon. We're waiting for illustrations, and that's the only thing holding us back.
So when you started on your self-publishing journey, did you realise how hard it was and how much you had to put into it?
No, I had no idea, and there were very frustrating moments because there are things like getting an ISBN number or cover art. I'm really fortunate that I've got a reliable graphic designer who's extremely talented, and she is willing to put all my ideas and create something amazing with it. So, yeah. Brings it together for me.
And that must make it so much easier to help your son with his books too, because you know all the steps involved with.
That's it. So when he said he wanted to write a book as well, it was really easy enough to just do. And this illustrator is actually 14. She's really, really, really talented for her age, and she's she's done a fantastic job. Yeah.
So what's your ideal writing environment? Do you write together or?
Yeah, sometimes I'll go into my office and Caden will go into his room and he'll write on his iPad and, jot down his ideas, and I'll lock myself in my office with my cat and say goodbye to the world for a few hours. So, yeah, that's what we do, isn't it? Yeah?
So you don't like to have a lot of sound going on while you're writing?
No, not really. I like to cut the just be able to point it out. You want to say something?
I want to say. So if you were just starting out in the indie publisher journey, do you have any advice for someone who's just starting?
It's really easy to get overwhelmed, but just take your time. Do your research, definitely research. Edit. Yeah, I can't tell you to edit enough because, you'll go back and you'll want to edit more. But when you're happy with your story, be happy with your story. Because you can always go back and edit a lot more. But, if you feel like it's right, then it's right. Your first book is never going to be perfect.
You can't edit a blank page.
No, that's right.
So you said that you love merch. So I see that you've got bookmarks here. You've got a couple of small ones down. Are they magnets down there?
Yeah, they're bookmarks. Yeah. So we've got some bookmarks.
So what other merch do you like?
We did personalised bags. Usually for Supernova, that's our big event that we do a lot of personalised merch for. So we'll do things like drink bottles and blankets. We do hats and pillows. We do lots of things. Yeah. Bags. Yeah. We do lots of really fun personalised merch.
So when does your next book come out?
In a month.
In a month?
Yeah, so in about 4 weeks we'll have Home of the Harpies coming out.
Awesome.
And that'll be the second book to that.
Well, that's thank you so much for your time today. Really enjoyed our talk. And to hear about your books in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's some artwork there, that's her. Yeah, so that one's excellent.
Thank you. The Star Lady. Looks like all. Yeah.
It's a big area.
You want to give out the rest of Are you going to get a liquid jar? Oh, okay. Alright, just let me get you the quality back in the room.
Who's next?
Just where Paul is.
Yeah, in my pocket. Just give me a second to set this up.
This is 17. That's been posting it already. posting them, Tim? Photos.
On the Finding Elara.
On the Facebook page for Finding Elara.
I'll find Finding Elara. Are we allowed to share some of the photos? Yeah.
Oh, have you? It's on the back of the card.
Yeah.
Yep.
I saw you took a really good one of her mum reading the book to a little girl. Okay. So I thought, I'll use that one. Right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Tim's got an eye for that.
Yeah.
All right. I'll get you to hang on to that. Now, you need to grab it on this and this because they're the buttons.
Okay.
Right? You need to hold it fairly close. Right? Something like that.
Is it? Oh, no, is this the last one? I don't think so.
Are you ready? Oh, Sam is timing.
Yes.
I'm used to this from car rallies, you see, with the timing stuff. Yeah. Thank you, Sam. So, Vanessa,
Two more to go.
A Star is Born. What's this all about?
Well, A Star was born, and that was my inspiration for writing my book called Baby Star.
Right, okay. So, who is Star and Star being born? What's all this about?
Star is written about a baby arriving, and mummy and daddy, nana and grandpa, all the family, friends, and all the things that babies need. And at the end, you play a little game of peekaboo, and the star of the story is the little baby that's listening. So it may not be a baby, they may be 2 years old, 3 years old, usually up to about 6 really like it.
Yeah.
And then they say it's about me, and of course it is.
It
They're
is.
all babies.
Excellent. Yeah, so it's a young person's book, and there's a bit of a story also behind, like, its form.
Correct, yes. It is a high contrast baby book. So it's deliberately made black and white for infants' focus and development because little babies don't see colour when they're born. So the black and white is great for tummy time, just getting the little baby's attention really.
Right,
Yeah. Also designed with rounded corners so that they're not going to hurt themselves when they're a little bit older and moving around, or if they want to eat
Two to
it.
go.
It's all good. Very thick cardboard to be read over and over and over again, and also glossy so that you can wipe it down.
Oh, it's glossed as well, so...
Yeah, so any spills or drool or whatever, what babies do, and small enough to put in the nappy bag and take everywhere.
Fantastic. It's the sort of book they can read again and again as well.
Yes, so it's very, very strong. I made sure that the spine lasts. Been tested a lot, road tested. Yeah.
How old is the oldest copy?
Oh, well, the oldest copy now would be about 2.5 years old.
Right.
But it's been opened many times. It's the one on the desk there. So anyone coming to have a look at my stall will be reading it.
Oh, wow, that's actually the copy.
Yes, the one and only, the original, the OG.
Fantastic. Okay. And you took a while before you actually got to printing the book. Give us a bit of the backstory as to when you wrote it and how it all came to be.
So I wrote it 21 years ago when my eldest son was born. Maybe he was probably only about two months old. And the story just came to me in the middle of the night after I'd fed him and I was in the nursery. Wrote it all down. Of course, it's a rhyming couplet poem. Wrote it all down, shoved it in the back of the drawer, showed it to my friend. He said, "You should publish this." And I had a vision of doing it into a high contrast board book. And so then we subsequently had 2 more children and they've illustrated it.
They've illustrated?
Yeah, so they illustrated it about 10 years ago. So those pictures also got stuck in the back of the drawer. And the hold up really was that there was no board printers in Australia. And now there is. So I published through Green Book Publishing and they were able to do the board book for me. And I'm really, really happy with the result.
All right, fantastic. I need to probably get a contact detail for that publisher because my wife she's also one of these people who has an idea and wants to do something that's a little different.
They make it
and
easy.
not easy to actually find who can do that stuff.
That's right. So I literally, now that we've got Google and so on, which we didn't have 21 years ago, was one day talking to my friend, she Googled board books and it came up, and they were fabulous. So I highly recommend them to your wife, for sure.
Oh, fantastic. So this has been a long time in the making, and then came around a couple of years ago, or 2.5 years ago. How did you find the indie authoring experience?
Well, I think, like I said, because I went through Greenhill, they really made it easy. I literally had an old piece of A4 paper that I scribbled the poem on, and all different colours and stages of drawings. And they helped me to get it all printed, designed, they edited, like pretty much from the scrapbook right through to what you see now. And I published about 1.5 years ago. I got 500 printed in my first print run. They were sold.
Nice.
I'm now on to my second, and I've ordered my third lot.
Oh, you've ordered your third lot. Fantastic.
Yeah.
So it's going along pretty well. There's definitely an audience for it.
I think so. A lot of people really like the black and white, and I think it's one of those things that for babies they're never going to go out of fashion. So I'm lucky.
Yeah, it's an ageless story.
That's right. Yeah, literally.
Fantastic. So if there were 5 words to describe you as an author, what would they be?
Creative.
Very similar sort of thing.
Educational.
You think any author, you don't do anything physical.
Fun. Playful. And childlike.
And childlike.
Yeah.
Oh, and that fits in perfectly, doesn't it? With,
It does,
with
yeah.
what you've got.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay. Now, what's your favourite writing environment? This is a little bit of a different question, thinking about how long ago this was actually done.
Well, my favourite writing environment. I found the actual writing quite fast. Same with my second book, which I'm about to be publishing. It's very early stages, but again, through Greenhill, very different topic. I actually find the writing very fast, and it usually comes to me when I'm driving or, I don't know, in the shower, like not really thinking, it just comes. Same as when the first book, Baby Star, I was just literally, I just fed my baby, sitting in the dark at 3 a.m. thinking, and just wrote about baby love, and it just came out. Literally takes about 10 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of this age group.
That's right. It's not an old
They're voracious readers.
That's right, easy words and quick to read.
Right, fantastic. So if somebody wants to buy the book, where do they go?
They can go to my website, which is babystarbook.com.au.
babystarbook.com.au. So that's nice and easy too, isn't it?
Nice and easy to remember.
Yeah. All right, well, welcome to Baby Star. Thank you, Vanessa.
Thank you so much.
What are we up to now?
You're all right.
His name is Shannon. All right. Close to you now. You can step forward. Are you leaning? He's just the muscle. Thumbs up from the video guy. They can't see. See?
That's level. Yeah, the camera's level.
Okay, what's the sales? A decent?
It's definitely a lot more with the effort of coming down here, but it's still decent.
It's exposure.
Yeah.
Sam, this is the book I bought you and I forgot to bring. Yeah, she's got the whole series. Here? You got the whole series?
Yeah.
Might forget this. Yeah, ready.
Oh, you want to promote any specific book?
You can't, it's like picking your favourite child. You can't do that.
I would have just put it central, that's all, but if everything's on there,
What about your one?
I don't have any on my order to come.
Yeah,
it's coming like tomorrow.
Okay. Next in your book fair, you can bring them along. All right, everyone. Hi. I'm here with Shannon from the Indie Realm. As you can tell, her table is absolutely chock-a-block with books, and it's so good that she's coming down to have all these books for other indie authors that can't make it to the Indie Author Book Fair.
Yes.
So you've actually got your own books, which we can't show anyone because bloody post.
Yes, they're not here, but I myself write romantasy, so I have a full romantasy trilogy complete with a novella afterwards, which is kind of, you can read as a standalone.
But it's in the same world,
same
series,
world, yeah. And I'm writing more at the moment, but
you also run the bookshop.
And I run the Indie Realm in Perth, Subiaco. So it's 99% romance with a small section of crime, thriller, adventure, sci-fi, low to no romance, but we are mostly romance, but in all genres. So contemporary romantasy, dark romance, then you have like paranormal romance, monster romance, all the subgenres in between. And all our bookish merch is like Australian small businesses as well. So.
And Shannon just started writing a blog for Bushland Castle Productions, which is awesome. I was trying to get her to call it Riley's Realm, but she's not sold yet. Give us some time.
No, maybe. I think I'll change it.
So tell us a little bit about how you got onto the creative path and started writing your books.
My nan is a published author, so I grew up with her as a role model. And I didn't read much as a kid because I'm dyslexic. So I made my own stories because it was really hard to read, sorry. From like 10, I wanted to be an author. And it just took me a while I didn't really know too much about self-publishing. But kind of watching my nan go through the traditionally published route, like it's not always the best route, especially if you want 100% creative control. So I just went for self-publishing, and definitely learned a lot for my first book, even to the second to the third. So that's what also got me into the indie realm, is having a place for independent authors.
And one of the great things about the Indie Realm is they actually have like an author room. So if you want to write, you can just go there and hang out and write. I saw some Facebook or TikTok or something the other day. There was 4 authors that were walking down to the Indie Realm just for a little write-in.
Yeah, so
that
we have
is so cool.
A writer's spot and a reader's nook. So yeah, you can literally come down whether it's yourself or in a group. And sometimes you just need to change the scenery. Whether it's reading or writing, sometimes you just need to get out of the house. And it still doesn't mean you have to talk to people, because you can still go there and read your book or write. And so we have quite a big space, and we've got a lot of events coming as well for next year, which is exciting.
That is very exciting. And sometimes you just need to get out of the house.
Yeah.
So when you started indie publishing, did you actually realise what a mammoth task it was going to be?
Yes and no. I definitely knew it was going to be a huge kind of task, but I don't think I really knew until I was in it and running. There's so many things you don't know until you're in the trenches. So I had an idea, and I had more of a network. I knew a lot of authors from being an author myself, so I wasn't 100% alone, but this is my first time running a small business, so it's definitely been a learning curve, but one that I think it's amazing to stress about a dream job and not a job that you don't like.
And you've actually converted your book to audio.
Yes.
So that's a next level publishing step.
Yes, that was, it's a bit hard in Australia because we don't have access to ACX, so Audible. So it was a bit of jumping through hoops, but there are ways for indie authors to do it, and I think it's becoming a lot more popular as well. So there's more avenues to find. You just got to find it, I guess, which is what we try and help with as well. So get indie authors in contact with the things that they need to publish and get them.
For sure. And what's your ideal writing environment? Do you write at the shop?
I do, because I find I have more time at the store, but generally it's night time and I have a wine and I'm just sitting there and I'm writing.
So a bit of Dutch courage in the stories then?
Yeah.
So what level of spice do you think your stories are?
It's hard. Because spice can be so different for each reader.
Subjective.
Yeah, subjective. But I'd probably say a 3 to 4. Like it's pretty, the stories that I've written in magic kind of revolves around kind of like sexual magic. So it's definitely spicy.
Okay. So how would you describe yourself as an author in 5 words?
5 words. Original. I don't know about 5 words. I like writing for myself, so I would say
Are they selfish?
Maybe.
Romance, passion, sex magic.
Yeah, sex positive. Like there for that kind of story and character growth and all accepting of those things.
So if you were to start as an indie author today, what do you wish you knew?
Editing, formatting, and publishing. Don't go for self-publishing companies because they're just money pits. They're not there. There's actually so much in Australia for indie authors. It's just if you don't know any authors, it's hard to find. But there is so many steps to help you publish now, and don't go for those kind of scams, which can be. Seem like a good idea at the time because you know nothing, and they're like, we'll take it off your hands kind of thing.
But then you're not learning.
Yeah.
So you've got this amazing spread here. What would you recommend for someone to buy today? Your favourite book? Impossible?
Yes.
Okay, so for a female in their 30s, that's not me, I'm older than that, who likes sex positive books, what would you recommend?
Any of them, they're all very sex positive. Probably I Won't Fall.
I Won't Fall?
Yeah, it's under the boat, can't see it.
What's Hiding?
Or, I mean, this is a sapphic adventure kind of thriller. Like adventure romance is very, I like this. And she's
It's interesting people who were independent being picked up trade.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're getting the cut sign, so we've spent our time. But thank you so much for talking to me today, and I'll let you know when the minisodes are out.
Thank you.
Will you do the Torah?
But he's disappeared.
Like being summoned to a gig.
Oh, there he is. It's all calm. Oh. The hips are bigger than I think they are sometimes.
It's just going to get me punched.
Yeah.
Yeah. And no, I'll call them at all. So, what are we doing here? Is this for a podcast or a video or a blogcast or a vlogcast?
It's a live stream.
It's a live stream.
Yes.
So I can't swear.
Ideally. So we're recording the live stream and then we're putting minisodes out.
Excellent. I'll try hard not to swear.
Okay. Just hold it in. Can we see his books? Do you want to move them closer? I think that's talented.
That's impressive.
Last one. These are cute little easels, by the way.
Thank you.
Made them yourself?
Officeworks.
Officeworks made them
No,
yourself.
I made them all myself. Thank you very much.
Yes, that's what I thought.
With my fantastic woodworking skills that my mother, when I came home from secondary school, said to me, "It's very nice." I said, "Thank you."
It's a polite thing to say.
Later, when
It's
I
like
was
my son with his metalworking skills.
yeah, later when I was much older, she said to me, "You know that thing you brought home? Was it a whale or a dolphin?"
Was it?
It was a whale, a dolphin, shark. I don't know.
Oh no, the blue one's up there.
What's up, Mill?
Just Ian and Andrew. No, they're all up there. We're fine. They're all there. Good to go.
All right. Okay, so I'm here with Ian Hooper or Ian Andrew, depending on his mood.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Ian Andrew for fiction, Ian Hooper for my daft poetry and memoirs, I suppose.
So Ian is more than just a writer. He has Book Reality. He has Leschnott Press. He is the one who started organising all of these indie author book fairs. So he's got a lot on his plate at the moment.
Yeah, but I'm blessed by the fact that I've got superb support from lots of people, including yourself and all of the authors that come along to the book fair, plus all the authors that we've been lucky enough to help publish. So it might seem like a lot, but it's the load is lightened by many hands.
That's a nice way to say it. So today we want to talk about the writer, Ian, to start with. So let me know how you started on your creative path. What was your first book?
My first book was A Time to Every Purpose, which I wrote in 2014. It's an alternative history science fiction, based, like all alternative histories, predicated on something back in the dim, distant past that changed. And in my case, I decided that when they brought Jesus in to be crucified, instead of crucifying them, they decided they believed him. So that's where my alternative history sparked from. And I had the idea about 15 years ago, and it took me about a decade to get around to actually putting fingered keyboard. And I did that while I was commuting from Bunbury to Perth on the old Australind train, which took quite a while to get up and down to the city. And so I wrote A Time to Every Purpose then. But I guess I'd always played around with writing since I was a kid.
So you started helping other people when you were talking to people about that book?
No, so I wrote A Time to Every Purpose, and I was incredibly fortunate that it got reviewed by West Australian Press, and UK Press, and I ended up selling an awful lot more than I thought I ever would, and I got some quite high profile coverage, and it gave me the confidence to think that I could write the crime series that I really always wanted to write.
And that's this one?
And so I wrote Face Value, and it was lucky enough to win the Publisher Weekly Book Life Prize in New York. And then I wrote Flight Path, and it was after the Flight Path book that I figured out that I knew enough about how to do independent publishing that I might be able to help others. And I ran a training company, so I decided to run a training course. And at the end of the training course, lots of people came up to me and said, "That's nice, but could you do it for us?"
Yeah, I don't want to go through all those steps.
Yeah, and so from that very, very little beginning with helping 2 people in 2018, we've now published 120 authors worldwide.
That's amazing.
Well, it's been surprising. It wasn't what we set out to do, but here we are.
Do you, because you traditionally press some of your books, don't you? Or
We traditionally publish under Leschnott Press, under our imprint Leschnott Press,
Yep.
And we independently publish under Book Reality. And the Leschnalt Press books tend to be children's illustrated books and anthologies, because trying to independently publish those is very expensive for authors, and it's incredibly complicated to independently publish an anthology.
Yes, for sure. Having that main person in charge of it makes it a lot easier to attain. So, before you started publishing, did you actually realise how big a job it was?
Not at all, no.
Yeah.
When I first published A Time to Every Purpose, I'd sent it out to traditional publishers, and I had really lovely letters back saying, this is great, we really think your writing is fantastic, but it's not what we want to publish this year or next year or the year after that.
Potentially ever.
Yeah, potentially ever. So I'd ended up with this book that people were telling me was okay, but nobody was taking a punt on. So I thought, well, I spoke to a friend who had recommended indie publishing, and I thought, well, I'll see how it goes. But I made so many mistakes. The cover, the original cover was wrong. The original typesetting was wrong. The original distribution wasn't great. It took me so long to come to grips with it. But I made all those mistakes on my books, which was handy, so that I didn't have to foist those mistakes on others. So.
Yeah, I think the mistakes you learn more from than you do from successes.
Absolutely. I mean, the first cover for A Time to Every Purpose had a massive swastika on the front of it, which turns out is very difficult to market in certain countries in Europe. So you learn from that.
Yeah, I'd imagine you would. So, could you describe yourself in 5 words? What type of book you are?
Detailed, research-driven with comedy.
Fantastic, I like it. If you were to start out self-publishing today, what advice do you have back then?
Take your time.
Take your time.
And hire professionals that do the stuff you cannot. So get your books professionally designed. Get an artist who understands cover art. And find an editor that understands your work.
So tell us a little bit about what's next for you, book-wise.
Book-wise is, weirdly, back in 2018, I started the 4th of my crime series. And then I got busy publishing other people's, and then I got busy with ghostwriting contracts, and then I got busy with book fairs. And so I have returned to my 4th crime novel as of the start of October this year.
So when will we see it?
Next year.
So the next book fair, you'll have it here?
Yes, and it's called Family Ties.
Fantastic. Now putting your other hat on, switch hats now.
Yes.
Indie author book fairs, tell me more.
It comes from the fact that if one can't join them, beat them. So indie authors tend not to get invited to book fairs or festivals that much. And I was getting frustrated that I was lucky enough, I'd been invited to Perth International, I'd been invited to Margaret River, but most indies don't get invited to those types of places. And so I decided to set up a series of book fairs in the UK and in Western Australia. And now they've expanded to Adelaide and to Victoria, and we're back in the UK next year. And it gives the indies an opportunity to interact with each other and to interact with members of the public.
Amazing. I know that you don't take every book with Book Reality, you actually do get the books that you're looking
Yes.
so how does that process work?
So our tagline is great writing, great stories from great writers. He says, forgetting his own tagline. So great stories from great writers. The idea is that we want stories that are engaging, stories that readers will want to read, but they don't have to be commercially viable. So with a traditional publisher, unless they're going to make a profit from the sales of the book, they're not going to take it. Whereas with ours, for example, we've got just sitting opposite me Dr. David Blacker, who has written a memoir about his fight with Parkinson's disease. Now, traditional publishers might not take that because it's a fairly niche title and it's got limited commercial prospects. But we've taken it on because the story deserves to be told, and our business model allows us to take it on. Now, as it is, it's selling fantastically well anyway.
Yeah.
But that's what we're looking for. So the story's commercial viability is second, but it has to be well written and it has to be a good story. So yes, we do vet, and we pass up quite a lot, especially those authors who are maybe determined not to take editorial advice.
That's important.
Yeah, we will pass on those authors.
Okay, well, thank you so much for talking to me today, and thank you so much for this amazing interview.
It's my absolute pleasure, and thank you for going round and interviewing all the rest of the authors. As per usual, you've been fantastic.
Thank you. We'll let you know when the minisode is live.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Take care.
Alright, so I'll just close that off with take a close it. You're welcome.
You want to go out the front and do a close out with
Yeah,
Paul?
Chris, yeah.
Yep. And Chris? So you want to stop your stream or? Chris is not busy?
We'll just go outside. I'll be back. Huh? What is it? Welcome. Robert C. Littlewood. Is he not here?
Yeah, if you go to forest.chat.
All the rest of them? The rest of it? We're going to close it. So we're just following Joel, and I'll just go get Chris.
And there are their files. That one belongs to you.
And we'll just do a close up for the live stream.
Change the book. There's some empty one of those. That is, so the close up, you want it timed as well?
I don't know that we need a time on that.
Not I wouldn't think for the close out, no.
Oh, kit. I've heard it, I know dead cats. Yeah, I've heard it, I know dead cats. But yeah.
That's what did you like? That's what did you like? Dead kittens.
Yeah.
We'll just have a chat with Chris about what he's been doing and all that jazz.
Does he know he's coming? Does he know he's coming?
He's not to make
Do you want anything specific? What do you want to know about?
We've really been in here, so. I think this angle is good actually.
Awesome. Did you interview Robert Littlewood?
I don't think so.
Okay.
You have to probably take a step back, Chris, or if you want to go on the other side and...
We're all on the screen.
Come over this way.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah.
Okay, so we have done all of our interviews from our side, which has been amazing. We lost control of the alternating for a bit there, but it worked out well, didn't it, Paul?
It worked out super well.
Yeah.
You were never going to get to interview David Blacker.
No, you were very determined for doing that one.
Absolutely.
And Chris, you've been insanely busy.
Talking to all and sundry, lots of people with really interesting stories. What is it with you women and dark fantasy stories?
It's just a thing at the moment. It's definitely very high on the sales.
They love it. They all talk about these books they've written and how they came about through. It's wonderful stuff. I've got a few more people to talk to. But your podcast is going to be really interesting because we've been able to dig it quite deeply into some of the stories and what lies behind them and the reason why they were written.
That's fantastic. On the live stream, obviously, we had our basic questions that we had laid out.
Oh, did you ask those?
Yes, I asked those. And then we did expound a little bit But I think with you, there was a little bit more time, a little bit more intimate.
I have expanded quite a bit, as much as I can. I mean, obviously we've had to accept some time constraints, but I've had a lot more time than you've had, which is why we're still going. And in fact, I'm going to disappear right now because I want more people to talk to.
Thank you so much for being here, and we will catch up when you're done. All right.
Thanks, Chris. It's been great to be part of the stream.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
So, how do you think it all went?
Oh, fantastic. I've been really enjoying talking to people. There's some wonderful characters here, and they have shared of themselves quite a lot. So I've really enjoyed it. I've had as much fun as they have, at least.
Well, I will be changing all of these interviews into minisodes afterwards, and we'll be able to get a bit of this out, background sound out of the feed.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. You know as well as me how hard it is for audio checking sometimes. But yeah, we will see you next time. Thank you so much for joining us for the live stream.
Thank you. See ya.
It doesn't want to stop. Ah, there we go. In a minute.
It's in a flow. I'm gonna wait till it finishes uploading. Oh yeah, of course. What's it at? 85?
69.
69. Okay.
Are you happy?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was great fun actually. Chatting with a few people and
Found a few people for your show? Did you convert a few over to Cornford chat?
one or two.
One or two.
I guess David Murarka and Dave need to make sure we're just waiting for the
We're away for trying to reconnect. Was it on your Wi-Fi or your phone?
No, I'll put you back on the cell phone before we get the car. On the Starlink. It's on the Starlink.
We're just waiting. We can't stop it. We can't actually stop it right now until it's reconnected.
Until it starts uploading. That's fine.
And then once that's not working, it doesn't.
You did a fantastic job. Thank you. Yes.
It was the same. Yeah, we're just wait for that to finish uploading. I'm just looking back to it, but I might put it back in.
I'm going to get lower and take some to get easier.
Alright, well, we'll just go for the cuppa.
I'm ready for a couple.
I'm ready for a cuppa.
I'm ready for an Irish coffee.
Where is my cuppa? Since that's your favourite.
got a bit of room to move. That go in the back here?
Move that up, that's from the stand. Have some food.
Sorry?
Food will be good.
Having the trolleys,
I think that's the clincher.
that's a lifesaver.
Yeah, that's the way to go. We'll have to get one of these.
So you wouldn't want it any bloody wider.
Oh no.
Not for a setup like this. No, I was saying to Tim, I was like, the ones you see, the off-road buggies you see at Bunnings, you can probably modify something like that, so it claps up and then you just spring it out. You'll have your platform on top and then you can store your rest of the gear down below. Easy to do that live stream thing again.
I'm not sure whether you want anything that's quite as jiggly as one of those fold-out trolleys.
No, it has to be pretty sturdy. Yeah.
Well, Ian says, do it next year. Whereas next year they'll have, that's what he was showing me, those rooms, like there's an extra 2 rooms.
Well, there are 2 rooms. I saw one. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's an extra 2 rooms that you'll have access to next year.
Okay. So these guys are really happy, like they'll right in the line of everybody walking in and out. So